Gamers rejoice! Now you can compete in memorable battles and take a walk through history. Historical Conquest: The Journey Through Time pits you against such iconic figures as the Knights Templar, Timur the Lame, Abraham Lincoln, and the dread pirate Blackbeard. The game board is set, and you are ready to play using the United States, Israel, Venezuela, and the entire world as your stomping grounds. Discover new lands with diverse people and history as you relive the Battle of Normandy or Waterloo. Play it your way, and this time, even Napoleon could win. With unique cards, no two decks are the same. And with so much historical material to draw from, expansion cards number in the thousands. Attack or create a treaty, but always remember to keep up your army's morale, because it's the difference between winning a battle and losing the war. Get started today. Join or start historical conquest tournaments in your neighborhood. With 6 starter decks to choose from, you can begin with the Nikola Tesla and customize your deck with booster packs like the Wild West or World War II. Your journey through time begins at historicalconquest.com and doesn't end until you conquer the world. Gamers rejoice! Now you can compete.
And we're back, everyone. So that was just a short word from one of our vendors, and here we have Coffee with Carrie. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about Coffee with Carrie. First off, we are going to announce the winner of the Coffee with Carrie Tag Your Breakfast or Morning Drink giveaway. And again, this is a giveaway for a 2-hour free consultation with Carrie about your homeschooling and how to customize it for your kids. And so I have a little message for you from Carrie here. It says, sit down and relax with a cup of coffee with Carrie. Coffee with Carrie Consulting offers daily devotionals and musings about being a homeschool mom, weekly podcasts to support and help homeschool moms, monthly articles with tips and ideas for teaching at all grade levels and subjects, and annual weekends of encouragement and fellowship from your homeschooling moms. Carrie is also available for consulting. She will help you start your homeschool journey, help you jumpstart your homeschooling adventure, or help you just troubleshoot your homeschooling experience. She'll give you a concrete and practical ideas to help you implement a homeschooling approach that fits your family's lifestyle, educational goals, and personality. So I think that sounds awesome. I think there's a lot of new people homeschooling or crisis homeschooling who could use some help from a veteran homeschooler, as we call them. But before we get into our one last word from Historical Conquest and getting into our next session, I just wanted to announce that the winner for the Coffee with Carrie 2-hour free consulting giveaway, that was you guys posting about the drinks that you have, your morning drinks, your coffee, your tea, your juice, smoothies, milk, whatever it is that you drink. Personally, I'm a tea person, but that's just me. Is, drum roll, I don't actually have a drum, so Amanda Gilbert. So Amanda Gilbert, congratulations. You are the winner. Thank you so much for posting. Her post was actually found on the Facebook group. So you guys can go look and see all the different drinks that everyone's been sharing this morning. And Amanda will be posting and tagging you on the Facebook page. And congratulations. So you guys make sure that you guys interact with the giveaway things that I'm telling you, because we are going to be giving out lots of free things, again, from all of our presenters, vendors, and sponsors. And I am just so super grateful to have such a great and active community. So we're going to show you one more thing from our other vendor, Historical Conquest, and then we'll get right to it.
No one likes the word budgeting, but what if you have a spending plan for every time that you got paid, know exactly where you're putting your funds, and have a zero-based budget with just 5 easy steps? Today, I'm going to be showing you just that. My name is Evie Reyes, and I am a financial coach for moms working a 9-to-5 job that want to go from feeling stressed with their finances to feeling in control with their money. Today, I will be sharing a paycheck spending plan that I created, but I want you to let you know that when you create a zero-based budget, you don't need a fancy tool. You don't need a fancy budget or template. You can even do it with a blank Excel file or even a blank piece of paper and a pen. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am to navigate through this. And, together we will create a zero-based budget and become intentional with our money. If you're wondering, what is a zero-based budget? Well, a zero-based budget is a very straightforward way of budgeting in which every dollar is assigned a category. At the end of the month, there shouldn't be any money left over in the budget. And one thing I want you to notate, this does not mean you spend it all. A zero-based budget does not mean spend all your money. Instead, for any excess funds that you have, I want you to be intentional with those funds. And you can use it towards savings, paying down debt, investing, and a lot more. Here are the 5 steps to take to create a zero-based budget. The first step is you want to calculate your total income after taxes. This can include your regular paycheck, any child support that you receive, alimony, and any extra cash. Step 2, we will track your fixed expenses. These are expenses that do not change month to month. For example, your rent and car payment. Number 3, we will track your variable expenses. These are expenses that change from month to month, such as groceries, utilities, eating out, entertainment, and so forth. The 4th step is to subtract your total income minus your total expenses, and that will give you your leftover money. Step number 5 is where you modify your budget until it zeroes out. If you have funds available, you can use it towards your savings goal, debt repayment, investing, or perhaps if you forgot something in your expense item, whether it is variable or fixed, this is where you will add into the category until you'll zero out. So now I'm going to be sharing a file that I use to create a spending plan. Right here, you're seeing a paycheck spending plan. It is very simple. And as I mentioned before, you do not need a fancy tool, but this is free for you to access, and you can download and use this template if you prefer. And I will walk you through it. So for example, if we're doing the month of May, we would start by changing that date. Here we have what days do you get paid. So if you get paid every 2 weeks, let's say for this example, it is on the 1st and the 15th, we will put here the 1st and the 15th. So what we're trying to do is determine how much money you receive each paycheck or how much money you receive each month. And this is net of tax. So it is after your employer has taken down your Social Security, state taxes, and any other contributions. So for an example, I'm just going to put $1,200. So let's say we get paid $1,200 on the first paycheck and then $1,200 on the second paycheck. And you will notice here in this line item, we have the total of $1,200 on the first paycheck, $1,200 on the second, and for the month it is $2,400. Then the next step is for us to write down the fixed expenses. Fixed expenses are those expenses that do not change. So for example, your rent. If you pay $1,000 for rent, that does not change for the whole year. So this is what we consider fixed expenses, and you do not have a wiggle room with fixed expenses because it is your responsibility month to month. So let's just say that our mortgage or a rent is $1,000. So this is just an example that I want to show you. So for the first paycheck, you receive $1,200, but your mortgage or your rent is $1,000. On here, you're already seeing that what you have left on this paycheck is only $200. So part of being intentional with your money is determining how much money are you going to use each paycheck in order to make the most best financial decisions. So instead of putting aside $1,000 on the first paycheck towards your rent, how about we do $500? But you know that you owe $1,000. So then this is where we consider for the whole month, because you're getting paid On the 15 again, in order for us to have all that covered, you will need $500. So that means each paycheck now you have $700. Then we continue doing this for each category. So if you have rentals insurance, if you have internet, let's say for that one is $50 a month. Depending on when that bill is due, if it is due, let's say on the first week, then perhaps you want to use that first paycheck. But if it's due on the 31st of the month, then maybe you want to use the second one. So this is where it is a case-by-case scenario, depending on when your bills become due. So let's say it is due on the 28th. I'm going to use the second paycheck, and I'm going to put $50 for internet. Again, this is just for example purposes. And then in this area, you can notate it is, let's say, internet due on the 28th each month. And then you continue doing this. Let's say water and sewer is 100, car insurance 85. Let's say your phone is due early and you pay 125 for the family. Okay. So once you're done with the fixed expenses, then we move on to the variable expenses. Variable expenses are those that change month to month. For example, food. There may be months that your family eats a little bit more. So if your budget, let's say, is $100 a week, but next week you want to increase it to 125, this is where things kind of change. And you have more flexibility as well, because you get to decide how much more, how much less you're willing to eat. Or if you just select, let's say you're going to spend only $300 a month on eating out or on buying groceries, then this is where you would put that information. Use your first paycheck to take care of the most important items. And then if your paycheck does not cover for everything, then you know that you will have another paycheck coming in. Then you will use that paycheck and pick up where you left off with the first one. If you don't know how much money you have been spending each month or can't figure out an estimate, a good way to do it is to pull the 3 most recent bank statements. So you can pull it out for the past 3 months or even just the last month and go through each one of them and add up how much you spent on groceries, how much you spent for entertainment, how much you spent for your car repairs, if you had any, and just any random expenses that you had through last month, and see if this is the same expenses that you will have for the month coming in. Okay, so let's say now you have allocated all of your expenses and you're left with $575 on your first paycheck and $465 on your second. This is where you get to decide if you're going to make extra payments to your debt. So you can put that information on here. So perhaps you want to put an additional payment of $500 on your credit card and $75 on student loans. So the point is that on what's left, it's always going to be zero in order to make it an effective zero-based budget. And let's say you are completely done paying off all your credit cards or any other debt that you may have. And now you have $465 in which you actually want to save it. So you have the options of saving it towards an emergency fund, use it towards short-term goals, or for retirement. So for this instance, let's say we're putting in to build our emergency fund. You would put the funds right there. And again, what's left will be zero. And this is how we create a zero-based budget. If you do have a budget for the first time and end up with a negative number, you need to decrease your expenses. Start by decreasing non-essential items such as entertainment and eating out. If it is still negative, look at your savings and debt repayment portion in case you need to temporarily decrease any of those payments. The goal of a zero-based budget is to make sure that your total income minus your total expenses will equal zero. Having a spending plan is the quickest way to reach your financial goals, no matter where you are in your financial journey, whether you are just starting or you have a few years or months. If you have a spending plan and you're being intentional with your money, it is a lot easier for you to determine where you want to be financially and stick through the process. Whether you are trying to get out of debt, save more money, save for vacation, save for an investment property, Doesn't matter what the situation is, the first step to take is to create a spending plan and become intentional. To recap, the 5-step process to create a zero-based budget. Step 1, record your total income after taxes. Step 2, record your fixed expenses. Step 3, record your variable expenses. Step 4, subtract your income minus expenses. Step 5, modify until your budget zeroes out. Having a spending plan is an effective way to reach your financial goals. It doesn't matter if you're just starting out or if you have been working on improving your finances for years. Having a plan in place will make it easier for you to stick through the process. Whether you are working to become debt-free, build up your emergency fund, save for retirement, save for vacation, or anything else, it all starts with having a plan. As we close out this presentation, I want to remind you that it takes practice to get a zero-based budget to work smoothly. Don't give up on the first try, as it can take a couple of months in order for you to fine-tune it. The plan with creating a zero-based budget is for you to be intentional with your money, and that step starts by having a plan. I want you to go for it. Try, test out, and create a zero-based budget. Learn and identify what has been working and what you can do to improve your financial well-being. I hope I was able to clarify a thing or two when it comes to creating an effective spending plan, or also known as a budget. You can follow me on Instagram at Evie Reyes, where I share everything about personal finance, and you can also check me out on Facebook at Wealth Financial Coaching. I have the link where you can download the Paycheck Spending Plan. Talk to you soon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Heston. I'm a board member with the Homeschool Association of California. I'm also a homeschool veteran, homeschool consultant, and community organizer. And these are my 5 top tips for crisis homeschooling. So let me reassure everyone right off the bat that whatever you end up doing with your kids for school, it will be okay. Just let go of any high expectations of the perfect classroom setting at home right now. It's going to be a bit messy. You've probably already learned this. The rug has been pulled out from under all of us, and even homeschoolers aren't really homeschooling right now. It's actually crisis schooling. But you do have an opportunity to try something different within that framework. My first tip is don't try to replicate school at home. What you're doing, quite frankly, is not at all how homeschooling is actually done. Homeschoolers don't spend all their time cooped up in their homes. We're normally out and about every day attending classes and co-ops, and we're going to libraries and museums and field trips and park days and get-togethers. The whole world is our classroom, and we can't be out in it right now. But what we're all doing is not exactly school either. Some of you may be doing some online classes or some take-home work, and some of you are on your own. So this is really crisis or quarantine schooling, and many of you did not choose this. You didn't have time to prepare and think about how this would go. It's really a stopgap measure until the kids are back in school for some of you. So I'm going to give you a few ideas about what it could look like and how to survive it. So my second tip is to be gentle with yourself, with your children, with your partner, with your coworkers. These are really unprecedented times, and just getting through your day and staying healthy is enough. Don't worry about your kids getting behind, because everyone in the entire nation is in the same boat. Even homeschoolers are feeling the pinch because all of our in-person activities are canceled, and we're all trying to find ways to pivot and make them happen online. But we're all in this together, and accommodations will be made. And also, the family's mental health should be prioritized over academics any day, and especially during a pandemic. So families can take this opportunity to spend time together and look at learning differently. And my hope is that this concentrated time together could be a real gift. It would be ideal for the adults in the family to share responsibilities of making the household run, and for partners to really support each other and share in taking care of their children's needs. Kids can really benefit from both parents stepping up and taking time with them, learning with them, and reassuring them during this really stressful, uncertain time. all of the work shouldn't just fall on the woman in the family by default. And I know plenty of fathers in my area who successfully homeschool, so I encourage everyone's involvement. Now, whether you're tied to a curriculum given to you by the school that fills your time or not, my third tip is to ask your kids what they'd like to learn about. And then try to make that happen. So involving them in the decision is going to mean that they're way more invested and enjoying what they're learning. Another idea to get you started with homeschooling right now is to implement doing real life. And that will broadly cover school subjects. And this applies to any age child, and especially even teens, because these kids are going to need these life skills sooner than the younger kids will. So that means involving them in all of your household tasks. So meal prep, cooking, baking, doing the dishes, cleaning, sewing, laundry, repairs, budgeting, keep checkbooks of allowances, all of this. You have a bit more time in your day now that you're not rushing here and there for school and extracurriculars, especially if your state is sheltering in place. My teens can actually head into the kitchen and make a variety of meals for dinner with zero assistance from me. So that's what you want your goal to be. You can also combine learning with family time, and you can play cards or dice or board games with your kids. And if you look up the term game schooling online, you can get a lot of ideas about how to incorporate games and learn while playing a lot of games. For instance, the card game War can be turned into an adding or multiplication game, and Yahtzee involves counting. So you can get really creative with learning in a really fun way. I also suggest reading to your children every day, no matter their age. Even when they're older. It's really great for bonding. And if you can do the voices of the characters, you get extra points. And read higher level books to them than they can read themselves. This will sort of auto-magically transfer knowledge to them about vocabulary and sentence structure and storytelling. I still read to my 15 and 17-year-old kids. It's no longer at bedtime, but they still enjoy it. And I tend to pick books that I know they'll enjoy, but they typically wouldn't choose on their own, and that exposes them to new ideas. You can also do arts and crafts, look up kitchen science online, and do experiments with any supplies that you might have on hand. You can watch documentaries and educational videos, listen to audiobooks and podcasts while children play with Legos and clay and Play-Doh, and you can exercise or get outside a little bit a few times a day. There's a ton of online classes that are becoming available right now that are for free. And perhaps if you're able to get the supplies, start a garden, do yard work, and maybe look around your house and see if you have any broken electronics you can take apart and see what's inside. And maybe you have a bunch of cardboard boxes laying around from all the online orders that you're getting. Well, make a fort. Make a castle with them. And now would be a really great time to do that germ experiment where you touch bread with a clean hand, or a hand that's been cleaned with various products, or an unclean hand, and see what grows over time. So within all of these activities are learning opportunities that encompass science, history, language arts, literature, and math. Learning optimally is fun and engaging. It's not something that needs to be measured or tested when you homeschool. You'll have a discussion with your child and know that they got the concept that they just learned, that they understood it. You won't need your child to produce a book report after reading something if you're discussing it with them after each chapter, or you've read it with them especially. I know I personally would find reading a lot less enjoyable if I had to write a report after every book I read. And if inevitably your child is resisting or distracted, as they are wont to do, take a break, do something different, try that thing again another day, or drop it all together and try a different way of learning that subject, or drop it for now and pick it up later. Over time during this pandemic, you're going to create a rhythm to your days. Some kids like structure, some kids don't, so you're going to do what's best for your family. You don't have to make a lesson plan. You don't need grading metrics. You'll just see the evidence that your children are learning and thriving as you go. And remember that learning happens all the time. You can't stop it. It's just a matter of how you might want to direct it and what medium you'll use to assist it. Homeschoolers are really not teachers so much as we are facilitators. Remember also that you taught your kids how to do literally everything from age 0 to 5 without being a teacher, without having a credential, and without a lesson plan. So Some will argue though that, as the kids get older, there's more difficult subjects that you might not be prepared to teach them. And yes, that is true, but there are 1,000,001 resources out there now more than ever because of this pandemic. And so if you're not prepared to teach something or you don't have the knowledge, it's quite easy to find it and provide that for your child. So, even while being cooped up all day with your energetic kids, you've got this, because this is quarantine schooling, and I really advise you to do what you need to do to get through your day. My fourth tip is that learning doesn't just happen at a desk or with a teacher or with a book. Kids are learning all the time, and most of us learn by doing, and by doing things that we're interested in, that we're passionate about, and that we're motivated to learn. So we call this self-directed learning, and we see it in action when our kids immerse themselves in something that they love and they're passionate about. We see this all the time. For one homeschooling family I know, this type of passionate doing something you're really into learning means following their passion, and they run a nonprofit called Heirs to Our Oceans. The young teens in that family write and give speeches. They talk to legislators. They give interviews. They're tracking statistics about plastic in the ocean. They're organizing clubs around the nation to further their cause. The running of their nonprofit day to day is their homeschooling curriculum. So every family is different, and what happens in your home is going to be different from their home. It's going to be different from my home. It depends on your kids' ages and their interests and what responsibilities their parents have to accomplish in a day during this pandemic. For a single parent family, it's going to be much different than a 2-parent family who can share the load. So when thinking about incorporating taking care of your family during these times, having to crisis school them, still getting your job done and having an income, my last tip is that flexibility is really key during this time. If you've got a Zoom meeting at 10 o'clock and you need to focus for a couple of hours, well, perhaps that's when the kids get to play video games, if that's what grabs and keeps their attention so that you can work. So if you have a partner, plan ahead with your partner to trade off accommodating each other with concentrated work time. And trust me, this is really not the time to be worried about if your kids are having too much screen time. Do what you need to do. And your managers, and I'm sure your coworkers, can also be flexible with schedules and forgiving if your child pops into your Zoom meeting, because everyone, literally everyone, is dealing with the exact same challenges. So people are going to be a lot more forgiving right now. So learning doesn't have to take place at a desk or at the kitchen table. I mean, if your child is comfy on the couch or the floor, great. And school doesn't have to take place between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. either. You have all day long, you have evenings, you have weekends. You can fit in the academics and accommodate work schedules however you need to. Now, having said that, a lot of kids and parents really benefit from and thrive with a schedule. So if that's you, do that. Try it. If it works, great. But if it doesn't, maybe your kids prefer sleeping in, maybe you prefer doing academics in the evening. Do whatever you need to do. Adjust, be flexible, try something else if whatever you're doing is not working right now. And that's why I say every family's different, because you do what works for you. And that's the beauty of homeschooling, whether this is a crisis or not. You can build it and tailor it exactly to your family and to your individual children's needs. You can speed up or slow down where needed, and you can schedule your days to fit your family and what you need to get done in a day. I also want to recommend using platforms like Zoom and FaceTime and Google Hangouts so you can connect your kids with their family and their extended family and their friends as much as possible during this time. My teens have set up a weekly Dungeons and Dragons game with their friends, like a couple of times actually, so they have something to look forward to and they can connect on a regular scheduled basis. And I know families who are having grandparents read to their kids every night out of a children's book, that kind of thing. So, when things go back to normal, eventually they will. If you decide you want to continue homeschooling, or if right now you don't want to have to comply with whatever your school is requiring of you, and you want to formally homeschool immediately, then you get in touch with your local or your state homeschooling organization and learn what you need to do to legally comply. For California, it's really easy to file a private school affidavit, and that establishes use your home as a small private school so that you can legally homeschool and unenroll from your brick and mortar school. Just go to the Homeschool Association of California's website at hsc.org, and you click on the Quick Start Guide at the top of the page for information about how to do that. For everyone else, this is temporary crisis homeschooling, and I trust that everyone is going to do what is best for their families, and I wish everybody health and happiness as they navigate through it. Thank you so much. So I'm giving a lot more. I'm still doing the homeschool one-on-ones, but I'm giving a lot more information about, you know, how to find stuff online or whatever, what to do now that you're crisis schooling. It's different, right? I've adjusted it, but I think that, like I said, I think this one's more relevant because you might get people who are, I mean, what is it? Like 54, it was like 100 million kids or something like that, or like home from school right now. It's millions. In the tens of millions of kids. So a lot of those people might see this, right? So, and really the same information applies whether you're, you know, homeschooling for real or homeschooling for now, right? Either way, all of that advice still applies. So hopefully that's helpful.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is Victoria. I'm your host, and we have a special guest here today, Mr. Matt Kirby. Say hi, Matt.
Hey, everybody.
And in case you don't
Howdy.
know him, he is the creator of Apples to Apples, so we are thrilled. Thank you so much, Matt, for creating this amazing game.
Yay. It's always nice to hear stories of people playing it.
Oh yeah, we've had many times where I have two brothers actually. I have a twin and a little brother, and we've played it a bunch. And I know that a lot of families love board games. Apples to Apples is very popular to be able to play with kids. Creating Apples to Apples. How did you create Apples to, or like what? Let me actually ask, what were you doing before Apples to Apples?
So yeah, I was an engineer in San Diego, just a regular kind of mechanical engineer. I got a regular mechanical engineering degree from University of California, San Diego, and I was working as a design engineer, essentially computer design engineer. And then, so I really had more of a STEM background or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's really different.
Yeah, well, but I came from, my father was a pretty well-known artist, and my mother was very artistic and a sort of a singer and whatever. So it was in my family, but I always definitely like mathematics and engineering or whatever, and so had that portion of life, you know, at the same time. And then the game itself was we were sitting around for lunch at my in-laws' house, and I just wanted to have a conversation about who was a better writer, F. Scott Fitzgerald or Ernest Hemingway. And if you know the game, the red cards, you consider those the first two red cards. And in my house here that we created from the game, I do have a little place of honor of those two gentlemen. Got a picture of both of them up on the wall there. So I said, who's a better writer, F. Scott Fitzgerald or Ernest Hemingway? And just thought about it for a second, and I, you know, abstracted the words better and the two writers. And
yeah,
then I said,
what does it mean to be better? Yeah.
Right. So in my mind, like immediately afterwards, I'm thinking, okay, well, who's better, Ernest Hemingway or Mark Twain? And then wait a minute, who's better, Mark Twain or Richard Nixon? So I just, no one said anything. Like the answer to the question was almost irrelevant because I was engaged, for the next time, whatever amount of time, thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then I just proceeded to make a list. I'm a big list maker. That's my
Oh, I
engineering
love lists.
part of me. So I just downloaded the universe into this huge list of all these the first red cards, and then of course the adjectives, and so back today we have the thing called FedEx, Kinkos, or just FedEx.
Yeah.
Back in the day it was just Kinkos,
Yeah.
and I pretty much lived there in San Diego, and would
yeah.
just be making these mock-ups of. I turned it into a board game. Now people don't know that it was originally actually a board game with kind of complicated. Yeah, it was kind of typically
I want to see
engineering.
the board game.
Yeah, no, I've got it. There's a few actually. Jim, as our mutual friend, has one. So I made like 8 prototypes and just spent 2 years going over this over and over this, because games, you can change the rules forever.
Yeah.
Sort of like a story or something. Like, when is it over?
You
So
got various like variations too.
Yep. So I spent 2 years, and I knew it was something good because every time we would test with people, they would just laugh.
Nice.
Like, you didn't have to. I didn't have to, force them to do it or whatever. They just started laughing when they started playing, even though I invented it in more of a kind of philosophical way, right?
Yeah.
But I definitely knew that there was a viable product. So anyway, I spent 2 years and actually entered some contests and sent out to manufacturers and got the requisite rejections.
Oh.
And not too many though, actually, probably about 10 to 20, and then went to a show, and basically I had my prototype on my arm and my blue suit, and I said, all I can say is, like, I'm not going to try to convince you. Is like, can you just play it? And lo and behold, they did, and we played in the lobby. They played it for hours and finally said, we like this, but we want to get rid of everything.
Well, there you
go. But the cards, all of the stuff that I've been agonizing over. And, and they said, are you cool with that? And it was like, that was the big moment. And for me, it was like, I just want my baby to live. Like, it doesn't have to be in a board game.
And that's
whatever.
So interesting that it kind of came back around to that list that you originally made.
Right.
That was that
the fun of the game was just the cards.
Speaking my language. And a lot of people do have that creative. I also love that, like, you came from this very STEM, science, engineering background.
Right.
Because a lot of times we think, oh, someone is this type of person, and that's the box that they get to be in. And you're like, wait a minute, but, like, what if they want to do something that is, like, the exact opposite or something different? And you went and you took this analytical background, and you're like, okay, I'm going to, like, do your list thing, but it's about this whole creativity and inspiring that. That's amazing. Yeah.
Definitely the STEM part of me was the organizer.
I mean, and hey, ideas without organization don't.
Right. Exactly.
Awesome. So you're going to be telling us a little bit about your top 5 tools for creativity or inspiring creativity in kids, right?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
And so what inspired you on the idea to even talk about this subject? Why are you talking about creativity at all?
Well, I've always been doing it, and I've always been attracted to it. And since Apples to Apples kind of launched me on my own solo career, it's sort of a takeoff on. I started talking to my friends who were teachers and say, come on in, talk to class about Apples to Apples. And it turned into kind of a seminar. I kind of formalized it, and then just the concept of creativity in general has always attracted me, as far as how do you make the insights. And history is really about ideas. So where do these ideas come from?
Yeah. So that's awesome. So now it's turned into like a real formal talk. You said, are you doing a talk on creativity anywhere?
Yeah, so I'm working with MoxieBox, my friend Jim Warner, and we're doing the homeschool circuit, where I do a little more recipe-based tools of creativity for homeschool parents to try to get their kids to follow down that path a little bit. So yeah, it has sort of changed a little bit over time. Well, there's a total of 12, but I think for brevity,
Yeah, let's
I think
only
we'll
stick
talk
to
about
5. I like that idea
5.
you
Yeah,
had. That's great.
yeah. When I was making this ready for the presentation, it was like I thought about it, and I could come up with 12, and then it was like that's it. That's all I can do is 12. And but these 12 were like I have to have all 12, even though that's a lot. But I couldn't not talk about it. But the ones we're going to talk about are 5. I think are more particularly useful, or
Cool. So that's like
yeah,
the 5 essential, I'm sorry, the 12 essential tools for creativity. And today we're going to only talk about like just 5 of them. So I think that's
yeah,
manageable.
yeah. I think that's a better way to put it. I don't want to short one or over the other. It's just easier to talk about 5.
Yeah.
So we'll pick out 5 that are kind of obvious and kind of talk about those.
Great. So, what would you say is your top tool, or the first tool you want to talk about as far as like inspiring creativity with children?
Yeah. So in no particular order here, but certainly observation and curiosity have to be in that. Just the idea of being observant around you. It's one of the easier things to do, to put down the phone and look around, and just you don't have to do anything but just shut up, sit there, and what do you see? It's just amazing how oblivious society is, and certainly technology is not helping that. But
Well, we've got a lot of things distracting us, cell phones,
yeah,
and absolutely. And I think it's really interesting that you're saying like being observant and facilitating that with curiosity, because kids are naturally curious and they're also super observant. Like sometimes to the point of like, please don't.
right.
But as
Well, that's because
adults,
they haven't learned the filter yet. You have to
yeah, exactly.
you don't have time for it all the time, and so
Yeah, we have to learn how to
that's just a
filter
natural
out.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we tend to lose that ability to be as observant as we'd like to be, and as much as we'd like to encourage our children to be that observant. Because heaven knows,
Right. It's also, yeah, I would say a lot of this stuff is like a muscle, right?
oh
So
yeah,
it's atrophied. You know, it's not like everybody can certainly use their 5 senses to garner what's going on. It's just that we don't, some people do it more naturally without even thinking about it, right?
yes,
And if you're on your phone all the time, or, you know, checking something or whatever, then it's literally impossible. But if you're more just, you know, in your life where you just made it so you're observing things, it's easier.
absolutely. And that is also it's absolutely key to be observant and to have that desire to look for answers if you're trying to come up with an answer, or like you did when you're trying to
Right.
invent something. Like we both created our product, so you have to be looking for ideas like all the time. So that's
Yeah, there's sort of
amazing.
two sides of the same coin of observing and then being curious.
Yes, I
One
love
leads
that.
to the other, and you know they're and so you start off with observing, and then when you get to observing, then you're naturally going to ask questions to yourself,
Yes,
and then you,
exactly.
right, and then you go down that road, and then you try to find, like you said, try to find the answers. So the one sort of, you know, exercise is to observe, and then this is where things like journaling comes in, if
Oh
you want,
yeah, that's
right?
great.
So if you have the idea in your head, oh, you know, I wonder what that wall was built there for. What is that bird doing? Well, if you don't
Yes.
write it down, probably, or somehow, you know, everybody's got a different way. So that's kind of your output, is to try to start to do some kind of journaling stuff.
That's actually really interesting because so I'm actually reading a book right now. I'm not going to say which one because it will be a future podcast episode. But it was asking you what is the reason that you're doing this, which is this thing that is the main crux of the book, and it actually has an entire chapter dedicated to helping you answer why are you doing this, because if you don't know why, if you're not asking those questions, you're not going to really learn the underlying root of whatever it is that you're asking the question about. So being able to be curious, I keep hitting my glass here, to be able to be curious is very important to facilitate that curiosity in kids, because I do know that sometimes parents, we're trying to get about our day, we're rushing around, and it's hard because we don't want to sit there and answer all the questions that our kids ask.
Right.
So
And especially when they keep going, they keep, you know, drilling down levels of why. Why is the sky blue? Well,
yes,
because of this. Why? And then you know, and then at some point, like you don't even, you know, there's no more answer. That's just the
exactly.
way it is, or whatever. Actually, I've seen there's some funny stand-up routines on that. Like at some point, it's like because something either is or it isn't, you know.
Yes.
But get used to that and do that for yourself. Like keep asking yourself why.
Yeah, I think it's probably also very helpful for parents as well, because then, sometimes we get in a routine and you get stuck doing something the same way, and, you kind of get stuck in that mode that this is the way it's done. For example, I used to, when I set up some of my event tables, I would always tie my banners up to the poles with string, and it was really difficult for me because I'm 5'2". And I had a friend come along and they were like, why don't you use like hooks or like a zip tie? They make those. And I was like, I never thought of that.
Right.
Because I just got into the habit of doing it that way, and no one ever questioned it.
Yeah. It's hard to get out of your own head.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's one thing about Apples to Apples, which is so cool, is not that I designed it that way, but it just is it forces you to get out of your own head. You got to think about what the judge would do.
Absolutely.
What somebody else, not what you think, but what is somebody else thinking. And that's like huge in society, that we don't just limit our thoughts to our own, worldview.
Exactly. So one of the ways that I know that you had spoken when we've spoken about this before was that in a way to get out of that rut is to kind of just relax and just have fun with things, to kind of play, if you will. And so I did want to ask you about that, as to how that play is not just trying to facilitate curiosity by asking questions, but actually actively engaging with the kids, and how that works into inspiring creativity.
Yeah, well, play is like absolutely crucial to any kind of creativity, and it's kind of important to, now kids, I'm talking to the adults as much as I'm talking to kids. And with kids, you don't have to explain what play is. They just know it.
Yeah.
Right. Again, and with adults or something, when you hear play, think of agendaless fun. Right.
Oh, I like that.
What's fun for you? Could be a million. Could be everybody. When you get older, you start going in different directions.
Yeah.
Things you appeal to you, and whatever that could be, whatever that fun is, just do that, and don't consider the ramifications. Don't consider an agenda. It's just agendaless fun. Just have some fun, and then see what happens. And this is sort of it's almost, so much of this stuff is part of life. It's not just about creativity, but it's, you could turn this into a whole self-help thing.
Yeah.
And it's a way to live, essentially, to be more in the moment and more just enjoy what makes you happy in life. Right?
That's so important, to just be able to just do, because again, back to that, we make these routines for ourselves. And that's something I've been working on personally myself this past year, which was to just stop working and have fun and just do something just for the sake of doing it, instead of trying to be productive.
Yeah, and it's hard to do in today's, this society that we've built, where the work ethic is so hard, and especially somebody like yourself, because you're such a busy entrepreneur, and there's like, there's just never, there is no downtime for you, and so it's particularly hard for you, but anybody, to give yourself the license, right? It's to step out of your world for a while and give yourself a license to do whatever you want to do. But oftentimes, fun is a great one to do.
That's right? Awesome. Yeah, exactly.
And the results you get.
Yeah.
You could say that I created Apples to Apples from fun. I just had a conversation because I wanted to have it, and the way that it just quickly turned into this format for this game, which again I did not invent. To say I'm going to make this game that does all this stuff, that's not what happened. You could say I had fun, which for me was asking who's a better writer, Scott Fitzgerald or Hemingway. That was fun to me, right? Because I'm some nerd, right? So that's my fun. And from that, agendaless fun turned into a product. You can't not estimate how important play is and fun.
That's awesome. Now, and you notice you did say, either versus creating versus inventing, a little bit about, the comings of Apples to Apples. And one thing I know we talked about, which it's really funny how many things have just become, as you said, like you created Apples to Apples, but it came from play, and you were just trying to just have some fun, which, in today's age, to sit down and just try to make a time to do something just for the sake of doing it, it really is, you need that downtime, and that's how you came about with Apples to Apples. So in playing, you invented this game, and so I think
Right.
that's really important because, like you said, it's so important to inspire that ability, because next thing you know, they're going to invent something.
Right. And you could say also it's going back to the last tool, is it's a product of observing. Like, so if I hadn't observed, hey, what did I just say? What did I just do?
Yeah.
Then, it wouldn't have been used. And, maybe I would have done it on some other time or whatever. Right. But it just shows you how important the different tools are when you don't have an agenda. You're just, and ultimately there's one tool that I don't need to talk about other more and say the word is passion, right? Passion works for everything, right? And that's kind of what we're talking about as well. Like, you have fun. When you have fun, you're engaged in a passion, right?
Yes, absolutely. Passion is so important. I think, particularly, speaking as someone who's created something, and for me, someone who's, I wrote my curriculum, and I'm an entrepreneur, and of course we both know Jim, and especially with entrepreneurs, if you're
Yep.
inspiring, trying to get children to either be an entrepreneur or to even just get up and do something, because sometimes that is hard to just do something. Having it be something they're passionate about is so important, because that's
People don't, yeah, some people that don't know about entrepreneurs like you, and there's a lot, and Jim, is the point is not really the product. The point is the process. So when you get big, and you will, and Money Munchkin sells to, NBC, Financial Network or whatever, right? You're gonna get right back into the process, because it's the process is where you get the passion, and that's what you can, with kids, you can shortcut that as fun, right? What is it you like to do, and then later you can start thinking about applying things. But when you're in the river of passion, there really isn't anything better, right? You could say a love affair is passion. There's many ways to identify with this crucial element of what life is supposed to be about.
Exactly. And I did want to make sure we cover this other one that you had mentioned, this other tool of creativity here, which is, I think, the thing that's possibly, in my opinion, the most important, because I do see a lot of parents have trouble with this, which is that combined and connect is learning how to connect all of these facets. So,
right.
What if you can give like an idea of
Sure.
why that is, and how
that's probably one of the easiest ways to do it. And the way that I talk about it in some of my talks and things is just, or even like take an apples to apples game, say, right? So you have the red cards, which are just stuff, right? Nouns. Just flip up a few of those and put them on the table and look what you got. Oh, I got a Corvette. I've got hair. I've got sneezing. Can you make those into a product, right?
Yeah, that's
right.
awesome.
You're taking things that exist and then putting them together. They can be simple. It could be, a fork and a spoon, and now you got a fork.
Yeah, that's
right?
awesome.
Or and it's been done, but there's a million things that you just meld together. Think about them, and you've got a new product. And you can do that also in the arts world too, where you take one concept, and then this is happening very much in conceptual art, where they take one idea that's totally disparate and put it together with something that's totally real, and this weird reality forms out of this thing. So it's very easy just to literally like document, write down things in your life. My car, my 401k, talking about money, my whatever, my bank account or whatever, and just lay them out, and like 3x5 cards, and then just start looking at, how does this connect to this? It's as simple as that. And kids can obviously do that with their world too.
I would love that. In fact, if obviously we put our this podcast out on a variety of platforms, one of which is YouTube. So if you're watching this on YouTube, do us a favor, grab like 3 or 4, if you have apples to apples, of your apples to apples cards, the red cards, and lay them out and tell us what they are in the comments and how you connected, create that product, just like Matt was talking about, because that would be fantastic to hear from everybody from, and see what they get and what their kids do.
That'd be cool. You could start a whole company from just all the products that everybody throws together, right?
Exactly. And just seeing that the ability to connect and combine with that aspect of play and curiosity and creativity. So you had this amazing career. You've created an amazing game, and now what are you doing now? Are you doing anything? Are you creating a new game, or are you still being creative?
Well, yeah. So, yeah, the creative thing is just something that happens. Definitely not a problem there. I have my own weird website that people can go to if they want to try to figure it out. It's called Entropy Nation,
Okay.
ENTROPYNATION, and it has online games and information and stuff that I put on there. And actually, I think I have a link to my homeschoolers on there too. I'm gonna put on there.
Awesome. Well,
So
yeah,
that's
so
gonna get
we're
it.
going to put that information in the show notes. And if you're on YouTube, it'll be in the doobly-doo below. So we'll put
Yep.
that up on, and it's entropynation.com.
Yeah, that's it.
.com.
Yeah, check it out. It's weird, just like me. Definitely,
Well,
definitely not a mainstream
it's
product there, but
what's
it's
it?
stuff.
Eccentric. That's what you get called once you make
That's
it. You're
it.
not weird. You're eccentric.
That's it. There's one link on there uh, to a thing called Decades Matrix, which I'm particularly proud of, which uh, deconstructs the 20th century
Oh.
for all the different elements of society, arts, sciences, music, things like this. And every year, and it connects the elements too. So for like a homeschooler can learn like how does like a Barbie doll, which was put out in the market in 1955, what does that have to do with the end of the war in 1945? Well, it's because all the soldiers coming home and the families are starting. Now they need products for these people. Like it's a way of understanding history. I've always been like an amateur historian.
Cool.
Loving because it's always about ideas. So that's something on there to look for. If you go to that site, go try to find Decades Matrix,
Awesome.
and check it out.
Happening, or should they just call it
on Moxiebox's site, they're moxiebox.com, MOXIEBOX. There is they just added, it's called Kirby Corner at the top menu.
Oh, I love it.
And they're going to put all of my stuff along with some resources I think that the parents could use for kids to be creative.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's going to go on there too. So we're just kind of starting this right now, but the Moxie Box for sure will have documentation on, and we'll also hopefully have the entire presentation too. So people could just look at it on their own.
Fantastic. That's great. So you're working on getting up the actual speech and presentation up there as well.
The slides, yeah. There's like 100 slides in a presentation,
wow.
so they can, and then there's a whole set of them that does some exercises to practice, because you really need to practice, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of this stuff might come very intuitively for kids, but for us adults, it's a little, like we said, it's hard to get out of that rut a little bit. So great. So moxiebox.com, and you're going to have your own section in there called Kirby Corner. And not only can they find what you're talking, but also like those resources you were talking about. That's awesome.
Right. Moxiebox wants to try to be sort of your kid's creative consultant.
Oh, that's so cool.
Right. So it's not about Moxiebox right now. Obviously, it's about the visual arts. But it's, we want to, and down the road, we want to look at getting involved in innovation or something STEM, or because creativity is not limited to anything.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I love that, and I love that about Moxiebox, and I love that about Jim, is that just, it's the same reason I'm doing my podcast. Is I'm not just trying to sell a product, they're not just trying to sell an art subscription. They really want to help cultivate this community of creativity, of inspiration, of education. And
that's the passion right there.
Yeah, right there, right.
That's the agenda. The agenda is not, we're going to, got to make this third quarter target or whatever. The agenda is, can we engage in discovering his passion with families? Like, what better thing can you get than that?
Exactly. And there's such, I know the homeschool community is really active, and they love creating that community. And I think people in general, especially when it comes to creating a creative community, it's very inspiring. And actually, Matt, I don't know if I've told you, I recently got on TikTok, and yeah. So I have not created an OC character in literally probably 6 years, and because I was on this community of creatives, I got inspired and created an OC character. So
what's I don't even know what that is.
Original character.
What's an OC character?
So I'm saying original character.
Okay.
So creating
finding an original character to do some play fun videos with. And Money Munch Kids has our own TikTok now too, by the way. But yeah, when you have
I'll check it out.
it's really cool. We only have 2 videos so far on Money Munch Kids, but it is really great to have that community. And like you said, you can go and check them out on moxybox.com, the Kirby Corner, where they're going to help you facilitate creating a creative community for your child. So thanks so much for joining us, Matt.
Thank you so much for having me, Victoria. I appreciate it. And I'd love to talk again sometime.
Hi, everyone. I'm very excited you could join us today. I hope everyone is staying safe and healthy, both physically as well as mentally. But thank you very much for joining Cred Education's presentation. Today, I am going to talk about motivating children through what we call extrinsic motivation. That's in contrast to intrinsic motivation, which is the internal motivators that we typically have. And I hope I can shed some light on this topic because it is a pretty hotly debated topic. Should you reward kids or not? So I hope I can provide some insight. Before we begin, I just wanted to give you a quick introduction into myself. My name is Nidhi Patel, and I am the founder of Cred Education Incorporated. We are based off of the correct usage of rewards to help motivate and help kids achieve their skills. My background, though, for the past 15 years, I've worked in management consulting and corporate strategy in companies like Samsung. I led education strategy at Apple, and also HP, Yahoo, and Snap. But I wanted something more. So I became an educator as well as a consultant for educators in public school districts around the country. One of the key issues that I found most educators, be they parents or seasoned teachers, face is motivating their kids. And that is what I decided I wanted to go deep into to truly, truly understand. So motivation, we all know, is important. You're going to be hearing a lot about financial literacy during this conference, and you should know that it's important to teach the tools of financial literacy and financial independence, but if kids aren't motivated to employ those techniques, it won't matter. Even if they technically know how to do something, they won't actually do it, and they won't be successful. And so motivation, we found, is a problem. But not in general. If you've ever seen a 12-year-old play Fortnite for 8 hours, you know that motivation is not a problem for Fortnite. In fact, kids are super able to be motivated for some things. It just seems that teens and children aren't motivated to do things that we think might be the right and productive choice for them. And that's where I dug into the science to kind of look at ways in which parents, teachers, and other trusted adults can really provide that motivation. And here's what I found. I found that child and adolescent motivation consists of 2 buckets right here: attention and autonomy. You need to get positive attention for the things that you do in order for you to be motivated to do it. Makes sense. You also need autonomy to make your own choices. If you get attention for doing something, but somebody kind of did it all for you, that doesn't give you the sense of motivation to try to do it yourself and to try to do it again. And that's why both of these buckets need to be filled up. And if you don't fill them up for your kids, the children will fill them up themselves. They will go find places where they get positive attention for what they want to do, and they will take autonomy when it might be least acceptable. We sometimes see this as defiance in the home, which is a form of autonomy. But you see toddlers do this because toddlers also need autonomy. You tell them what to do all day, at dinner time, all of a sudden, they're not going to eat dinner because that's one thing they control. They control what goes in their mouth. And so if you have not given them the ability to have autonomy throughout the day, they will put up their hands and say, well, I'm taking it now. I'm taking it right now. And so what Cred Education, what we realized is we needed to create a platform that allows for both positive attention and autonomy directed towards helping kids build the right skills. If we don't do that, there is a major consequence. The NIMH did a study of kids between the ages of around 8 to 13, and they found that 1 in 2 children will develop a mood, behavioral, or substance abuse addiction by the age of 18. This goes across race, class, location, any factor, gender, all of these factors. And the reason for this is that the way kids are being motivated right now is towards places that are not meant to create productive, happy adults. They're more motivated to perform a dance on TikTok because of the positive attention, because of the autonomy, than they are to work on their science or experiment on things. We're losing a battle right now to develop productive, happy adults. And that's where we need the tools and the resources to direct children's motivation in the right direction. And that is what I'm here to talk about. I developed Cred Education, which is a new platform that allows parents and teachers to motivate positive skill building in their kids based on the research around creating meaningful attention and valued autonomy for kids. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how it works, and then I'm going to go into the science and research behind why it works. And all of our Cred Education platforms are based off of doing rewards right. Remember I talked about extrinsic motivation? Extrinsic motivation is key. You can't just give rewards for anything, but if you give rewards for the right reasons, it can be the most impactful tool in your toolkit to help kids realize their own potential. And that is what I am here to talk about. So let's start with our platform, Cred Rewards. How it works is kids get their own profile, skills that they are going to work on for a certain period of time, and they have to track if they completed their skills every single day. Now, the key here is skills are not achievements. It's not, I got an A in math. The skills are, I'm going to work on math for 30 minutes every day. That's important if your child is struggling with math. You give them a reward for putting forth effort in math. You let them track it every single day. And if your child does this successfully, they put forth the great effort every single day for the time period, they get an allowance that's paid by you, but comes into their account as these wonderful points, okay? And I'll tell you a little bit what they can do with their points, because that's the other part about extrinsic motivation. Rewards matter. But here what we're doing is we're directly tying effort with rewards, and that is also research-based. On the adult side, the adults, like parents and teachers, can see the progress that the child is having on their own skills. They can even make changes if they see that maybe a child said that they made the bed, but as you go into the room, you see that they didn't make the bed. You can change the skill performance, and you set the allowance. So here the allowance is 3,000 creds, and that's worth $30. We don't take a fee, we don't take a cut. The kids get that full amount into their cred balance. So if they achieved 100% of their skills, they get 100% of their allowance. Now, what do they do with this allowance? In today's world, what they do with their allowance is they go buy junk food and soda at the local store. And that's what we didn't want children to do anymore. What we wanted children to do is we wanted them to have their own curated store where they can get age appropriate, very cool, very fun things that your child can learn new things from. So we created their very first e-commerce store. It's filled with wonderful things like books, also experiments, science things, also fun, cool gadgets like headphones, like soccer balls, yoga mats, things that can help them build productive lives. We also curate this so that there's one-of-a-kind items that are just perfect for your child's age range and interests. Now your child can learn that I can buy something small now with my points, or I could save up and I can buy something later. We're also introducing new features like having kids invest their points and watch their points grow over time based on certain factors, as well as donate to good causes. Now let's talk about, so I talked about rewards, intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. We want our kids all to have intrinsic motivation to do things like make their bed or work on math or do their homework. But the reality is that intrinsic motivation actually has a certain number of prerequisites in order to exist. That's where, if those prerequisites aren't there, extrinsic motivation, like rewards, are actually very useful. So let's start with intrinsic motivation, because obviously that's what we'd like our kids to have to do all of these things. There are 4 prerequisites for intrinsic motivation. I have to get what I have to do. I know exactly what I'm supposed to achieve. I know how to do it, or maybe I know someone else that knows how to do it and I can figure it out from them. 3, I have the resources and time to do it. And 4, I get value not from my parents, but because I value accomplishing it for some reason. If those 4 prerequisites aren't there, intrinsic motivation is not there. And if we take the example of Fortnite, my kid knows exactly what he's supposed to do and accomplish at every level. He knows how to do it. And if he doesn't, he's talking to his friends to figure out how to do it. So he has a pathway and a process that's laid out for him. He also has the resources to do it. He also gets value. He gets the esteem from accomplishing something first with his friends who are all playing the same games. He gets value out of playing it. I don't need to reward him for playing Fortnite. Playing the game and achieving his goals are rewards in and of themselves. But let's take another example. What about math homework? My son's not very good at math. So how can he get better at math? What if I say, son, I would like you to work for an hour every day just on some of these math problems. Just try as much as you can. Well, here's the problem. He gets what he has to do. He has to finish the worksheet that I gave him. But if he doesn't really know how to do math, he doesn't know how to do it, and he's going to have a hard time figuring it out. He might have the resources to do it. I might give him a textbook or a calculator to help him check his answers. But at the end of the day, he's going to do it, and he doesn't get any value out of accomplishing it because maybe I'm happy, but he doesn't see the value in it. He's 12. He's in 6th grade. It doesn't matter for him right now. And so when all of these things, when you don't have all 4 prerequisites, you're actually not able to achieve intrinsic motivation. You need to rely on extrinsic motivation. But you still have to do extrinsic motivation properly because you don't want it to be like bribing students. And so this is how you can do it right. The right way to do extrinsic motivation has another four. I don't do 3s, I do 4s. 4 ways to do extrinsic motivation right. The first is you need to encourage effort for things that are hard or undesirable, okay? So this is like my son working on math. I don't want him to get an A in math, so I'm not going to reward getting an A in math, but what I do want him to do is I want him to spend 30 minutes every day trying to get better at math. So I'm encouraging effort for things that are hard, okay? The second way to do rewards right is you want to use it to build habits. There have been lots of studies for adults who want to exercise more, where if they use an extrinsic motivator, like paying themselves, for example, they will build the habit of exercise more than people who do not use an extrinsic motivator. The next right way to use extrinsic motivation is to break habits. There have been numerous hospitals that create programs that pay pregnant women to stop smoking because in order to break a habit that's so entrenched, having an extrinsic motivator that you also want, like money or something else, can help you move out of the undesired behavior. The last, and in my opinion, the most important aspect of extrinsic motivation is that the rewards must matter to that person. And they have to be realistically achievable. I'll go back to the example when I said, hey son, get an A in math. He may not be able to get an A in math this year. He may be so far behind that he needs to work just in order to get a B. Maybe he can get an A next year, but that's not realistically achievable this year. So I can't put my reward based on that. I have to make it based on effort. Work really hard, because then we'll see the B this year and we might see the A next year. The rewards also matter. They can't just be a bunch of garbage. Now let me quickly talk about the study that all the naysayers used around why extrinsic motivation is bad. In 1971, Stanford professor Edward Deci led an experiment with 24 Stanford University students where he gave them a puzzle, this puzzle here called Soma, and he gave them 13 minutes to finish it. Day one, everybody worked for 13 minutes, and he saw how long they put forth effort. Day two, he paid half the kids if they finished it, and then he didn't pay the other half. And on the third day, it was exactly the same. Nobody got paid, they just worked on it. And what he found was that when the kids got paid on the second day, they worked harder that day, but then on the third day, because they lost their money, they didn't work as hard. So he concluded that extrinsic motivation can actually lower intrinsic motivation. Well, there's a lot of problems with this study. The number one problem is that the results from day two and day three were not statistically significant. The other main problem is that he picked a game that kids like. It's like giving kids money to play Fortnite. Virginia Schiller of Yale University said it best when she said, "Who in the world would think about giving rewards if a child were interested in an activity? You only think of offering incentives if a child is struggling or is resistant." And that's the key. Rewards are given to improve a certain behavior, and they're needed only for a few weeks. Then once that behavior is achieved, you move on to the next goal. And that is how we built CRED Rewards. We have built it so that the skills are time bound. Once that child achieves the skills, they are moving on to the next skill. And that way, your allowance is going towards constantly building positive skills in academics and behavior at home, with sports, with music, whatever you want, you can help your child build those skills. And that's what we care deeply about. We are in market right now. You can download us on the App Store or Google Play, but we're also launching a new version in June, and we need family beta testers. This is a great way to get your whole family involved in agile product management. There's a whole process. It's pretty simple. It only requires about 20 minutes of your time every week with your family, but it's a great process. If you'd like to join, please email me at nidhi@credapp.com. And again, if you don't want to beta test, but you just want to get our product, go for it. It's free for you. Download it on the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, or you can use it online on a computer at credapp.com. Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to learn about extrinsic motivation and how to use it properly. Thank you so much. This is Needy. I am signing off. Please feel free to email me at needy@credapp.com, or this is a phone number that you can call to get access to our beta program. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hi, today we're going to talk about Right Start Money Games. I'm your host, I'm Kathleen Cotter-Lawler, and we're going to talk today on these money games that were developed by Dr. Joan A. Cotter. So let's first look at money. Money is an application of arithmetic, which a lot of times people don't think of it that way. You need to have your arithmetic in order to understand money. Money helps you practice your arithmetic. And virtually all children find money very interesting. It's not complicated, but it does take practice. The children will need to know how. Sometimes people will play just for a cards, they're just not comfortable with the losing. So sometimes people will play just for a not worksheets. Far more. Find money very interesting. It's not complicated, but it does take practice. The children will need to know how to count by 5s and 10s before they start with this. And then the way we're going to do this is we're going to play games, not worksheets. Far more fun. So why games? Because games are to math like books are to reading. Games provide the instant feedback. Games provide interesting repetition that's needed for automatic responses in a social setting. So we're having fun together. And more importantly, games provide an application for the new information that the children are learning. That's why we want to use games with math, just like we use books to learn how to read. We're going to use games, not worksheets, not flashcards, but games. All the games we're going to talk about here today are taken from the Math Card Games book. So these money games that we're going to talk about are a chapter within the Math Card Games book. So the first game we're going to look at is Simple Money War. Our purpose for this game is to provide practice in comparing the relative values of coins. And we need 2 people. It's a war game. Remember how to play war? You lay down 2 cards. Whoever has the higher one takes it. So we're going to do the same thing, except we're going to do it with money. Our goal is to capture all the cards. Now, some kids get distressed if they end up with no cards. They're just not comfortable with the losing. So sometimes people will play just for a length of time, or maybe for 1 or 2 rounds. Or again, you can play till one person scoops up all the cards from the other. I have played games where someone's been down to 1 or 2 cards, and in the end, they win. So let's look at this game. I've got the card decks broken into 2 equal piles. So I've got 2 children playing here, and each lays down 1 card. One lays down this one, which we know is a nickel worth 5 cents, or a penny worth 1 cent. So which is more? It'd be the nickel. So that person's going to scoop those cards up. Next one. Now this one I kind of put in here because I thought this was interesting, because a lot of times children think that the bigger coin has more value, when in fact the dime, 10 cents, of course, is worth more than the nickel, 5 cents. So the person with the dime is going to take this hand. Here we have a war with 2 quarters. We're each going to lay down extra cards, and now who takes it? It'd be the person with the 50-cent coin or the $50. We can expand this game to a full money war. Our purpose here is to practice adding the value of 2 coins. Again, because it's a war game, we're going to have 2 children, and our goal is to capture all the cards. So each person's going to lay down 2 cards. So the first person has 2 dimes worth 20 cents. The other one has a quarter and a penny worth 26 cents. So of course the 26 cents is going to take it. Here we have 50 cents on one side and 55 cents on the other. Let's look at another game. This one's called Make 16 Cents, because at this point now the kids are getting comfortable with what the coins mean and how to work with them. So let's apply this and provide some practice for finding the correct coins to form 16 cents. We can use 2 to 4 children can play this, and we're just going to use the pennies, nickels, and dimes with this game. Our goal is to collect the most cards. So each person's going to have 2 cards. Now I'm just going to show one because it makes life a little bit easier. But let's just say the first card we lay down is a dime, 10 cents. Where can I put this next card? 5 cents. So I'm going to put it in the same row. Now I have 15 cents in that row. Next card. I can't lay this next card on that first row because that's going to go over 16 cents. So I'm going to start a new row with that. Next card, where can I put this? Now I could put it on the second row. It's going to give me 6 cents. But why don't I put it up on the top row? And that gives me 16 cents right there. And I can take the whole row. My next card's a penny. So where could I put that? I could put it down here. I could start a new row, but we may as well go here. 5 cents. I'm going to put it here. So now my total is 11 cents. So what do I need to make 16 cents in this row now? Another 5 cents or another nickel. So now I've got a penny. I could put it on the top row, or I could put it on the second row, which means now I'm going to have more cards because I'm going to need to have 5 pennies in order to make 16 cents. Of course, you can play variations of this game and make it 27 cents or 54 cents or whatever number you want. Start with an easier one before we get into the more complex numbers. Which brings me to the next game called Make the Amount. So our purpose here is to use the fewest coins possible to make an amount. We're going to have 2 players. We're going to give each player 2 half dollars, 4 quarters, 7 dimes, 4 nickels, and 7 pennies. And we're going to use the fewest coins again to make an amount. So in order to find the amount, we're going to use an assortment of 12 to 15 multiplication cards. So we've got some numbers that we're going to be aiming towards. And our goal is to have the most points. So here I've chosen the number 36 with my multiplication cards, 36. How am I going to make that amount? Well, I could use a quarter. So this is 25, 35, and 36 cents. Another game building on this skill is called Race to the Amount. And here we're going to practice making the amount as quick as possible using as few coins as possible. 2 to 4 people can play, and our goal is to have the most point. 1 point is awarded to the first player to make the amount correctly. So this now we've got a race to use the least number of cards. So quickly, how can I do 46? Well, hopefully you're saying a quarter, dime, another dime, and a penny, 25, 35, 45, 46. What if I have 81? How are you going to do that? Well, a lot of you are thinking 75, 80, 81. The last game we're going to look at is called Counting Money. This game, we're going to learn to count larger groups of coins. Again, 2 players. And what we're going to do is we're going to divide the deck evenly, but we don't know who has what cards. And when we add up, each person's going to add up their cards, and they should total $6 by the time we're done, unless a card has been lost or misplaced somewhere along the line. So here I've got the card deck broken evenly into 2 piles. So let's look at this top pile and figure out how many coins are in there. So I could do it by sorting out the coins. So here I've got 3 half dollars, which would be $1.50, 3 quarters, 75 cents, 7 dimes, 70 cents, and I've got 5 nickels, 25 cents, and 7 pennies, 7 cents. Add this all up, $3.27. Now, another way to do it, this is probably how I would do it, is I would start to look for dollars. So these 2 make $1. So now I've got 50 cents and 2 quarters, makes another $1. So now I'm at $2. Here's another quarter. This makes 30 cents, 40, 50, and 5 more dimes is going to make $3. And now I'm going to take the rest of my cards. I've got 10, 20, 5, 6, 7. So I've grouped them, and I can see I've got $3.27. It doesn't matter which way the child does it. There's multiple ways to do it. So I came up with $3.27. My friend came up with $2.72. We added these together and came up with $6. So with money, we want to use games, not worksheets, because games provide an application for the new information that the children are learning, whether it be about money or arithmetic. But money is an application of arithmetic. So it's a fun way for them also to practice their arithmetic. And as we talked about, games provide an interesting repetition that's needed for those automatic responses. It builds familiarity for them. We have these games available in a money games kit that you can purchase. This is just 1 chapter of the Math Card Games book. So this Math Card Games kit with the book and the cards and abacus, this has addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, fractions, clocks, and money in here. This is just a carve out of the one chapter on money. Thank you everybody for your time. I hope this gave you some ideas on playing money games with your children. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, and we're back. We do have a really nice little short break here that's been sponsored by some of our vendors and sponsors. I'll just put myself a little bit bigger here. And so this is Learning Journeys Forum. So I'll share, and you can find them at learningjourneysforum.com. My screen, it's touchscreen, so it's going everywhere. So, Learning Journeys Forum offers K through 12 enrichment opportunities in academic classes, weekly teen club meetings, adult classes and workshops, as well as learning resources. They also offer as longtime educators, they know that their students must direct their own learning journeys. They created Learning Journeys Forum to be a meeting place for education, collaboration, dialogue, and research in the quest for student-led, joyful, individual, and community learning. And again, you want to be able to check the schedule online on the website. You will find the note for this break, and on there will be a link to the Learning Journeys website as well as Thimble Society. I think that's fun. I actually met the lady who is in charge of, or is the creator of Thimble Society at an event last year, and it was a joy meeting her. So, and her name is Jennifer, and I'm going to read you what she actually sent me here. So, Thimble Society is a sewing curriculum and supplies company. They cover sewing, quilting, stitching, and fiber arts for grades K through 12. So, I'm sorry, let me just show you here. I love her logo. So, oh no. You know what we're going to do? I seem to be having a little trouble with that. So what we're going to do right here is I'm just going to go ahead and pull this up for you guys live. And you can find, oh, that's because I spelled it wrong. Look at that. And you can also find them on Facebook. And of course, again, all of our vendors and sponsors and presenters are listed on the website, on the Money Munch Kids /DCH portion of the site. And on the schedule, when you can see the break slots that we're in, you can actually click on those hyperlinks to the names of the vendors and the sponsors, and you'll be able to actually visit their website and be able to see some of this cool so I just want to thank so much to all of our vendors, our sponsors, our presenters. Please and check them out. They're this event possible by providing all of these amazing talks and all of these awesome giveaways and goodies, and I'm just thrilled to have them. So we're going to now go and cover teaching math with card games, which is again a great lead from Kathleen from Right Start Math, and we're going to be hosting this. Debbie is going to be hosting this one, and she's also from Right Start Math. So we'll go ahead and get that up for you guys in just a short minute. All right, this should be pulling up in a short second here. And I do just want to remind everyone to please go and join the Facebook page and share the DCH Facebook page with your friends and family, because I know
Hello
there's,
and welcome.
oops,
My name is Debbie
because I know there's going to be lots of families who are going to enjoy some of these great talks. So we want to make sure everyone gets a chance to see all these amazing talks. Thank you so much. And here is Teaching Math with Card Games. Yes, you can, by Debbie from Right Start Math.
and I am presenting Teaching Math with Card Games. Yes, you can. And this is based on the work of Dr. Joan A. Cotter. I leaped into homeschooling in September of 1993 and gave birth in October of 1993. Yeah, I know some of you are thinking, wow, she's incredible. But probably the majority of you are thinking, wow, she's crazy. And I would probably have to agree with you on that one. I'm not sure what I was thinking, but I loved homeschooling. And I especially looked forward to the conferences each year. I would have been so disappointed had our conference been canceled, because back in 1993, there is no way we could have done an online conference like we're able to do now. And so I'm excited that I'm able to chat with you from the comfort of my living room here in North Texas to wherever you are who are listening. I wish, though, I could see your faces and get to chat with you afterwards, but oh well, maybe next year. So I'm going to stop sharing my video now. I just wanted you to get a chance to see who is talking to you so that I can start sharing the things that I also learned in my journey. So give me just a second. All right, so we're going to get started here. Teaching math with card games. Yes, you can. And honestly, I wish I would have learned this sooner in my homeschooling journey. Notice the topic. Notice the word, battle of the worksheets. I don't know about y'all, but this is the way I learned how to do math. And so I thought this was the way my children should learn to do math. And for many children, doing these worksheets can be a battle. For my youngest son, these were a nightmare. He would get so overwhelmed that he would eventually end up having a meltdown. Do you know that 1 out of 7 children struggle with learning challenges? We also have battle of the flashcards. Now, this was really more the way I learned how to do my math, was through the flashcards. And many will use these because that's just what's familiar. But let's be honest, who likes using flashcards? Usually the ones who like flashcards are usually the ones who don't need them. Those 1 in 7 children who have those learning challenges and find rote memorization extremely difficult, they really struggle with these flashcards. Information stored with negative feelings tends to be forgotten. We want children to enjoy what they're doing. Rote memorization is high maintenance. Think about it. 390 facts is what we're asking our children to memorize. And sadly, whatever is learned by rote needs frequent review to stay learned. So what's the answer? I like to suggest games. Games are to math what books are to reading. Think about it. When you are teaching your children to read, you give them a book. Well, what do you do when they're learning their math concepts? It's a lot harder. Yes, I mean, we can bake when we're doing fractions or even do some construction projects, but really for all the other concepts, it's hard to get that feedback. And that's what games do. They provide instant feedback. I can quickly tell if my child is understanding, and I can see understanding develop as we are playing. Games provide interesting repetition needed for those automatic responses. You know, filling out a worksheet may be quick for some, and, you know, flashcards can seem quick, but they're really not very interesting. And practice is needed for the facts to become automatic. And games allow for a more pleasant experience in mastering those facts. And more importantly, games provide an application for the new information. Like I said above, games give you a fun way to apply the new information being learned. So here's one of the games I'm going to teach you or talk to you about. And research has shown that children learn their facts easier if they're using strategies. So this game is called Go to the Dump. The objective is to learn and master the facts of 10. It's best to play with 2 to 4 players. They're going to use strategy in this game to find the facts that make 10. You're going to need some basic number cards from 1 to 9. So a deck of cards would work. Take out all the ones that aren't from 1 to 9. And of course, the goal is to collect the most pairs. So you're going to shuffle your deck of cards, and you're going to deal 5 cards to each person. Now, since I am teaching you this game, notice that all the cards are going to be laid face up. But in a real game, unless you have really young children, you're going to hold your cards in your hand so that no one else can see them. We start off, the first person's asking, hey, they look at their hand of cards, do I have any pairs? And so you can look, you can see, no. Next person, do I have any pairs? And you can see easily, oh yeah. Now they're gonna lay their cards out, because then it reinforces those facts. And when they lay them down, especially with younger children, I'll say, how come you get to lay those cards down? And they'll say, well, because 4 and 6 make 10, Mom. And I'm like, you're right. And so the third person's looking, do they have any pairs? Well, yes, they do. And notice they have another pair. So they lay both down. Now, when you play this game, we play it clockwise. Now you could play where you ask any player, but it makes it a little bit more complicated. So you want to wait until your child is pretty good with their facts of 10 before you start doing that. So our first person's looking at the 7, and they're going to ask, and this is just like Go Fish, the game Go Fish. And you're going to ask the person to the left of you, do you have a 3? Well, look, they do. So they give them the 3, they get to lay it down. Why? Because 7 and 3 make 10. And then they can go again. They have a 2. Hey, do you have an 8? Nope, go to the dump. And so they get to pick a card out of the stockpile in the middle. And now it's the next person's turn. They're going to go with their 4. Hey, do you have a 6? Of course, this person only has a 1, so no, go to the dump. They grab and go to the dump. Now notice what happened. They picked a 1. They get to lay down their 9 and 1 because they have a match. However, they don't get to go again because they've already gone to the dump, so their turn is over. And now it's the next person's turn. And they're asking the person to their left, do you have a 9? Well, yes, they do. Here you go. And you lay your 1 and 9 down, and look, no more cards. But they haven't won yet. They get to get 5 more cards. The game does not end until all these cards in the middle have been depleted. So they grab 5 more cards, and then they can continue. Do you have an 8? And of course, you keep going around until all the cards in the middle are finished. Then you can stack up your pile of cards and get ready for the next game. Now you can count your cards. I know my children love to count their cards, but another way to figure out who is the winner is to take your stack of cards, bring them all into the center, and then you can see who has the highest stack. There are apps for your devices. Now, why this is called Go to 10 when the actual game we're playing is Go to the Dump, I don't know. Maybe because if you're doing a search on your phone, go to the dump, something might come up that you don't want to see. So you would want to look for the app called Go to 10. And you can play the same game on on your phone if you want. Now here we have Go to Dump with 11s. And this is to learn and master the facts of 11. Now you're going to use number cards 1 to 10, or if you don't want to use the 1 and 10, you could take that out and just use your number cards 2 to 9. And you play it the same way as Go to the Dump. You could also play Go to the Dump with 9s. And this, of course, is to learn and master the facts of 9. You're going to only use the cards from 1 to 8. Now note, you want to make sure that the facts of 10 are solid before you play these variations. You want to make sure your child is very confident and comfortable with all the facts that make 10 before you start introducing all these other different facts, because they'll use the strategy of making 10 to help them use and find their answers for these others games. All right, now here's a game. This is called Short Chain Solitaire. And this is an advanced addition game. And the objective is to provide reinforcement of addition facts. Your goal, you want to build the following 4 chains. So this is what your chains will look like at the end. And this is a game that cannot be won if an error is made. So a chain is composed of links. So just for a second, I want to talk to you about these chains. And each of these chains is linked. So after the first 2, you add these together, 1 and 8, you're going to get 9. And I'll show this a little easier. So 1 and 8 is 9. Now look what happens when you add 8 plus 9. Your answer is 17. But for this game, we're going to disregard any 1s that are in the 10 place. So we're just going to act like it's not there. And now we're going to add 9 plus 7. What do you get? 16. But we're disregarding the 1s, so we lay down a 6. Here we have 7 plus 6 is 13. So we're going to find a 3 and lay it down. 6 plus 3 is 9. 9 plus 3 is 12. 9 plus 2 is 11. But this is what's cool. Look at this. 2 plus 1, what is that? It's 3. And look at the number at the next chain. It's 3. So this will go all the way through. Look at this. 6 plus 3 is 9. 8 plus 9 is 17. We're disregarding our 1, so we have that 7 there. And even here at the very end, 4 plus 7 is 11. So this is pretty cool. It's a fun game. And you're going to see that there's some really interesting patterns in here also. And this isn't really part of the game. It's just getting to see patterns. I know that my children love to find patterns. And I'm sure there's even more patterns. So this is something after the chain is completed, you could even ask your children to look for the patterns. Now you're going to need 36 specific cards. You're going to need 6 1s, 3 2s, 6 3s, 3 4s, no 5s. You're not going to use any 5s in this game. 3 6s, 6 7s, 3 8s, and 6 9s. You're going to shuffle these out, and then you're going to lay the cards in fans of 3. And you'll get 12 fans if you notice. So we have 3 in each of these fans, and there's 12 fans altogether. Now, If you want to make this a little bit more challenging, you could lay out 9 fans with 4 cards in each fan, but it will depend on the child. I would say for the first time playing this, let's go this way. You're going to provide a list of the beginning numbers. So here's our list over here, the 1, 3, 9, 7, and then the second row is 8, 4, 2, 6. You'll need these to be able to build your chains from. And the goal is to start the top row of numbers, but you can only use a card if it's laying on top of the fan. So here you can see we have some 1s. Which one am I going to choose? Well, I did not put this PowerPoint together, so we are at the whim of the person who put the PowerPoint together. So let's just see which one they chose. All right, and now we could lay down a 3, a 9, a 7, or an 8, but notice there are no 8s on the top. So let's look at maybe laying down the 3. This way we can build our top row. Now I could play an 8 on the 1, or a 4 on the 3, or I can finish this row and do a 9 or a 7. I have to look and see what's on top of the fans. Well, look at all those 9s. Now, some children may grab the first 9 they see. Others might take a moment because they're going to start looking at this for strategy. And we can see here that there's a 4 and 7 under this 9. That could come in handy. So let's play that 9. And then here we could play the 7. Now, can we look at playing an 8? Not yet. We could play a 4 on the 3. All our 8s are underneath, so nope, can't do that one. Let's see the 4. We have plenty of 4s. And again, for strategy, let's look. Well, this is going to be useful. So let's play our 4. Now look at this. If I add, remember we add these together, I have 4 and 3, it would be a 7. So I can look over here, I have these 2 7s I can pick. So I lay my 7 down, and again, 4 plus 7 is 11. So we're looking for a 1. Now we're disregarding the tens place. So we just have to lay the 1 down. We can use that 8. So let's play this one. Because guess what? What's 7 plus 1? Yep, it is 8. Now we could play 8 in 2 places. We could lay it under the 7 and 1, or we could come up here and we can build off of the 1. Let's see where we're going to put it. We're going to build off of the 1. Because look, 8 plus 1 is what? It is 9. Look at what I can do. Look at all these 9s I can choose from. And we continue playing. 9 plus 2 is 11. We could play a 1. Now we could play a 3 on the 2 plus 1, or I could play a 7 on the 8 plus 9. So there's options. And remember, this is a game you could win, but if there's an error made, you won't be able to win. So some of this is just a luck because you don't really know. You're going to play. And so we keep playing. 3 plus 4 is 7, sorry. 4 plus 7 is 11. 7 and 1 is 8. You're just going to keep playing as you go, and you're going to line these up to make your row. Now, if you cannot play any of the cards, one reshuffle is allowed. So you can take the remaining cards over here that make your fans, you can gather them together, reshuffle them, and then lay them back out again in fans of 3. And once the game is over and you get it right, you're going to make all 4 of these columns. Again, this game cannot be won if an error is made. Using some strategy, a player can win about 3/4 of the time. That's a lot. That's using strategy. And you can also play and group up, and maybe you have 2 players for a team and they can work together. So there's options. And best of all, this game can provide quite a bit of time for fun and learning. There are 9 variations available. And look at this. This is amazing to me. 97 of the 100 addition facts are used in this game. The only ones that are not used is 0 plus 0, 5 plus 0, and 5 plus 5. So if your child needs work on their addition, this game is going to give them a chance to work on 97 out of 100 addition facts. You could also play short chain subtraction, and this chain is just the reverse of the addition chain. You're going to build the following 4 chains. And again, each link after the first 2 is formed by subtracting the previous 2 numbers. And remember, in the tens place, the 1 is just assumed. So here it'd be like 11 minus 2 is 9. Here it would be like 12 minus 9 is 3. And again, 9 minus 3 is 6. So you're going to play it just the way. Now, this is a game in progress. We're not going to go through and play the whole game, but it's just to show that just like your addition game, you can also turn this into a subtraction game. All right, let's check out some multiplication. Now, this is a multiplication chart, and for some kids, it's going to look like this. They're a little bit overwhelmed by all those numbers. But let's break it in half. When you look at this chart, it's not quite so intimidating, and yet it still has all your multiplication facts from 1 times 1 up to 10 times 10 on it. This is what we call a short multiplication chart. And then shading it helps to see the groups of 5. And so it makes it a little bit easier to find your answer. So what if we're looking for 6 times 6? You're going to start at 6. You're going to go over 6. Now we know that this is the white is 5, and so 1 more is 6. So you don't even really have to count. And what's our answer? 36. All right, what about this? 4 times 8. It's going to be a little bit more challenging because, look, we could only go over 4. But this is what makes it cool. You go down 4 more. So if we go over 4 and down 4, what's our answer? It's 32. Let's try one more. 7 times 9. I'll give you a second. Start at this, well, sorry. Didn't quite give you quite the second I thought I was going to give you. You start at 7. You can go over 7, down 2 more for 9. And what's our answer? It is 63. You can also come at it from starting with 9. And then you go over 7, same answer, 63. So this game is called Ring Around the Products. It's to review the multiplication facts. This is also an advanced multiplication game. So it will provide those that are playing it an opportunity to review most of the multiplication facts. You can play with 2 to 4 players. This is also a game you can adapt and play solitaire also. I've done that before. You're going to use multiplication cards and a deck of basic number cards without the 0. So you're going to use 1 through 10. And for the multiplication cards, you can have your student make their own multiplication cards by writing the multiples for each number for the set of 1. So they're going to make, you can use an index card, cut it in half. And so they're going to do the multiples of 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Each card's going to have a different number. Go and start the multiples of 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, all the way up to 20, because we're going up to 10 times 10 for this game. So it's a great way for them to get to use and practice their multiples. And they do this all the way up to 10s. And then you're going to take those cards, you're going to shuffle them up. Now you don't want to shuffle them up with the basic deck, the deck of basic number cards. You want to keep them separate. So you're going to shuffle up your multiplication cards. You're going to shuffle up your 1 through 10 cards. And of course the goal, which is the goal for any game, is you want to collect the most multiplication cards. If needed, let them use their multiplication table while they're learning to master their facts. Now, if they already have their facts mastered, then no, they don't need to use it. But if they're still in that process and there's still a few facts they're not 100% sure on, let them use the multiplication short table. So in the center of the playing area, you want to place 6 of your multiplication cards face up. And if you notice, this is in rows, 2 rows of 3. And then around these cards, you want to place 14 basic number cards face up also. Now the first player is going to check the basic number cards for pairs that equal one of the inside cards. So here we're going to start with 54. What is the product? I mean, this is the product. So product for multiplication, that's the answer. So the product is 54. The produce is the answer. The product is the answer, like I said. And so if your child is unsure what 2 numbers that they can multiply together to equal 54, they can look at the chart and they can see what is needed. There's a couple different ways they can find their answer. Here, they see it's 9 times 6. Of course, they could have came up from 6 and come down and see that it was 9. So they're going to lay out their cards just like they do when we were playing the go to the dump, because it's again reinforcing their math facts. Now let's look at the 12. Our product is 12. What can we use? So we can see we have a 3. What do we need to use with the 3? We need a 4, but oh, we don't have a 4. But look at this. We do have a 6 and a 2. So we can grab those and lay it down. Now this is still the same person's turn. So the first person keeps going. We have a 42. What can we use for 42? Oh, look at that. A 7. Whoop, let me go back. 7 and a 6. I do not have a 6. I'm gonna have to move on to 50. Let's see, 50, that's a 10 and a 5. Well, I have the 5. Oh, I don't have a 10. 15. Let's see, what do we need? A 3 and a 5. Aha, I can use those. I can pull those out, and then I come to my 9. Now, I could have gone to my 9 first. You don't have to necessarily go in the order that I went in. A child can be random in whatever cards they look at. But just for the sake of this game, we're going in order. And we notice, okay, I have a 3, but I don't have another 3. I have a 1, but I don't have a 9. So my turn is over. And then what you do is you refill these in, and it's the next person's turn. Now, one of the things I do when my children were really proficient with their multiplication and we would play this game is that I would let them, if need be, use more than 2 cards to find their product. So let's just say 32. 8 times 4 is 32, but let's say there wasn't an 8 here, but there was a 4, maybe 2 fours, sorry, and 2 2s. 4 times 2 is 8 times 2. So I would let them use other cards, and it made it a little bit more challenging, but it also made it a little bit more fun for those that knew their math facts pretty quick and easy, especially if they were playing with a younger sibling. Also, sometimes I would tell them they had to find multiple cards just to kind of keep it fair. So when you're playing Ring Around the Products, it is multiplication practice. It can also be viewed as division practice. Now, I just want to say here, 10 to 15 minutes of playing a card game is equivalent to doing a worksheet. So for games like this, which could go on for a while, I give my children a choice. I'll tell them, hey, I want you to go play this for about 15 minutes. If you're having fun, continue. You can keep playing. If you're not having fun, you're done, then stop. Because if you're not enjoying it, there's no point in continuing it. So it's like playing War. War's fun to play, but how long can you keep playing War? So these games are very similar to that. So when you're playing this as a division, you do the same before, but it's kind of on how you say it. So here we have 42. Let me look here. Well, 42 divided by 7 is what? Let me see, it's divided by 42 divided by 7. Our answer is 6. All right, here's another game, Division War. Our object is to practice finding quotients quickly. Quotient is another name for answer. You want 2 players. And again, if you can't find a second player, this is something you could play on your own. Solitaire, kind of the right hand against the left hand. You're going to have about 40 multiplication cards and an equal number of basic cards, 1 through 10, without any zeros. And of course, you want to collect the most cards. So note, division is more than the inverse of multiplication. The quick recognition of division facts is not sufficient. Example, when you are dividing by 6, you need to recognize that 48, as well as 49, 50, 51, 52, and 53 will give you 8 as a quotient. So if you're divided 50 by 6, you're going to get 8 as your quotient, but you're going to have a remainder. The only one of these numbers that will not have a remainder is 48. All the rest will have a remainder. Again, this Division War is an advanced division game. You're going to take your deck of multiplication cards. You want to shuffle. You're going to deal these out to both players. And then you're going to take the basic number cards 1 through 10, do the same, shuffle them and deal them. And so each person's going to flip over a card. Notice the blue is the multiplication, just so you can see multiplication card. The 6 is the basic number card. And for this game, it's the bigger card. So whichever card has the greater number, so here the 40, here the 36, that is the dividend. And then the lower number is what you're going to divide by. Now, sometimes the multiplication card, this number within the blue color, is going to be smaller than the basic number card. So it's whichever number is greater, and that's what you'll do. So you're going to divide. Both are going to do this division mentally. If they need to use the short multiplication chart, it's there for them to use. And then they'll announce their quotient. So player 1, 40 divided by 6. They can look if they need to. They can see that it's 6 with a remainder. Over here, we look at 36 divided by 4. We can see 36 divided by 4 is 9. So, person on the right gets all the cards. And so they'll take them, stack them up, and then you continue. You play the next hand. This is another one of those games that you either play for a set amount of time or until you get tired of playing. There are some variations to this division war. Rather than the person with the greater quotient taking all the cards, you can have the person with the greater remainder take all the cards. So it just depends on what you want your child to be working on and how you play. So in conclusion, games provide that instant feedback. Like I said before, I did not understand the importance of playing the games with my children, but I noticed when I started playing the games, I can see quickly if they were understanding something or if they weren't understanding it. A lot of times they could fill out a worksheet, and I mean, they could fill it out, but it didn't mean they always understood what they were doing. They could just fill out the worksheet well. But when you're playing the games and it involves some strategy and thinking, you can really tell. Games provide interesting repetition needed for automatic responses. They're a fun way to review as well as to learn. You can have your older kids play with the younger kids. You could get grandma and grandpa involved. This is a great way to get dad involved. If you have a surplus of players, they can team up as partners so everyone can enjoy the fun. And more importantly, games provide an application for the new information. Games are a great motivator for your child to know their facts, especially if they're going to play with an older sibling or with dad. I mean, you know, you can impress dad by knowing your facts. I know my kids were always excited when dad came home and they could share some of the things they were learning with him. And getting to play a game with him, that was even more exciting. In addition to the game being an application of the facts, this time also develops a positive feeling for math. Our brains attach emotions to events, even if they seem unrelated. And math is one of those things we really want our children to be able to enjoy. So in conclusion is a quote by Dr. Joan A. Cotter. Our goal as a teacher of mathematics is to help our children transform, expand, and refine these beginning ideas into deeper mathematical thinking. Arithmetic is one of over 200 branches of mathematics. And when children enjoy and understand math, they are more likely to pursue deeper mathematical thinking. Playing math games helps our children to associate math with enjoyment. Plus, the games help our children to become more confident in their abilities. So start playing math games with your children. And can you teach math with card games? Yes, you can. And I'll end with this. When my children were struggling with their fractions, I took about 6 weeks and we did nothing but play games for fractions. And I can promise you that by the time we were done, they were solid on their ability to do fractions. Did we love every single game we played? No, but we did enjoy our time better by playing the games. So get out there and go play some games with your kids.
All right, everyone. So that was awesome. I love, 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 love Right Start Math's unique approach to teaching mathematics. My most difficult subject, I was asking you guys on Instagram and Facebook and on the live chat here what your most difficult subject was. I got a couple people saying mathematics was also the most difficult subject, and a few geography and a few science. So there's been, seems like there, some subjects are more difficult for some people than others. But I will say this, I am super jealous of all the really cool math games because I did not have those when I was a kid. At least not when I was being homeschooled. So that's awesome. And I love how they're able to customize their curriculum according to the students' needs and desires. So we are going to go ahead now and just go straight into, of course, Peggy, who is from Sped Homeschool, and she's actually talking about doing exactly that, customizing your curriculum. So here you go, everyone. Enjoy, and I'll see you after Peggy's session.
Hi, my name is Peggy Ployer, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sped Homeschool. We are a nonprofit that helps parents to homeschool children with special educational needs. And the seminar that I'm going to give today, or kind of a shortened version of my regular seminar on customizing your child's curriculum, it's going to be just about what you can do to make learning more customized to your students, whoever they are, whether they are gifted or they tend to be gifted in some subjects and not in others, and they struggle in others, which we call a 2E learner, or if they struggle kind of across the board. And that's the beauty of homeschooling. And it's something that we've kind of lost touch with because we have so many curriculum options now as homeschoolers. We forget that when homeschoolers first started talking about the beauty of homeschooling, it was because schooling can be customized to a child. And that's really what I want to get to the heart of today, because it's something that I don't want you to miss out, because you are searching for the right curriculum while all the while the right curriculum was in your home, but maybe just needed a little tweaking and changing. And it's something that I did in my homeschooling, and that's why I'm so passionate about it. So I've been homeschooling for 18 years. Our homeschooling journey started because my oldest was diagnosed on the autism spectrum when he was 5. And now he is turning 23 this next month and graduated from college the month after that. And so it's been quite the journey for us. I've graduated actually 2 struggling learners out of my homeschool, and I'm now homeschooling one last child who's 15. So I'm going to share from you a wealth of information that I've gathered through this. And like I said, this is a condensed version of my talk that I do on this, but I'm going to give you the meat of what you need to know. And I also want you to know that some of the things I'm going to talk about sound really daunting, especially when you think, oh, I can just pick up a curriculum and that's going to work better for my child and it's going to save me time. But in the end, what I want you to take away from this is that saving time on the front end doesn't mean you're going to save time in the long run. And what I have found in customizing each of my children's educations is that the work that I put into the front has saved me so much time of having to reteach, find new resources, and fill in gaps that were created because I didn't do it right the first time. So maybe you're thinking, I'm just going to turn this off. That's something I don't want to do. I want you to hang on, because I'm going to show you just the simple things that you can do with maybe things you already own. It's not going to cost you any extra money, and you can customize your own child's education to fit their needs, and also to use your own personality to do it. So the first thing that I want to talk about is just standard curriculum. I don't want to tell you that standard curriculum is bad or not. Actually, I was speaking at the Homeschool Trade Association's conference last year to a bunch of curriculum developers, and I told them, I said, our parents that have children who struggle, maybe across the board or in one subject or another, can use your curriculum. But what they need from you is more options, because we as parents have to get really creative. If we have to extend out your curriculum, instead of just doing a 1 week set of lessons in 1 week, that we have to do them for a month. And we would love more content to be able to use across that month to keep working on those concepts. And so it doesn't mean that an online option or a more hands-on option or a classical approach or a Montessori approach is going to be better. But if you can give us variables that we can use if we find our child still needs more content in studying that one thing, then that's really going to help us as parents. And they were like, wow, yes, we can do that. And so I'm excited that more curriculum companies are now thinking in that range. And I'm hoping that we can encourage that more as our organization speaks with these curriculum developers. So just know that that we're out there advocating for that for you as well. Because box curriculum is written to help you to be able to teach your student. It's just always following it for one day. For some children, it wasn't written for your child. It was written for a mass amount of children. And so when you pick up a curriculum, just know that from the get-go. There are some basics, language, arts, and math. We have to teach them as the groundwork for all other learning so that eventually our students can pick up anything and be able to learn from them. That is our goal. Our goal is not to be able to get them to pass a standardized test. It's for them to be able to use this knowledge and to be able to grow this knowledge through the rest of their lives. And so, yes, of course, we need to teach them how to be literate, which is the basis of language arts. And for some children, that literacy is going to be able to be how to read signs, how to distinguish what a product is in the grocery store. For some, it's going to be reading literature like Shakespeare, but that will depend on your child. And how you teach language arts needs to fit who your child is, where they are at, and build on those building blocks every step of the way. For some children, like I said, that's going to happen fast. And for some, it's going to take a long time. And so be willing to be flexible in what you call reading, in what you call spelling, and what you call writing, and what you call grammar, because all of those things are going to be different to different children with different language abilities. And so, so customizing it is going to be just that. It's going to be customizing it. Reading may be the process of learning phonics or the process of memorizing whole words. It may be you reading to your child because they will never get to the point where they will do that. It may be that you read a sentence, your child reads a sentence, and then you read it again and they read it again, and they learn how to mimic those words. And that words are things that are written in a book that we then see maybe as a picture and turn into something that we speak. So thinking outside the box on those types of things. And also with math concepts are extremely difficult. They need to be built one upon the other. And one thing I always stress with parents when teaching math is that math curriculum is often written to build on top of the previous subject. Now, not all math curriculums are developed by the same people. And so they think a fundamental concept for one math lesson built on another math lesson may have a different series of steps or basic foundational steps to build on for the next step. And so if you switch math curriculum, sometimes that track will be rerouted. So I always tell parents to go back. If you switch on math curriculums to kind of go back maybe a half a year and start over. Your child will succeed, of course, more at those math lessons, but it will help to make sure that you don't have any gaps because, like I said, math curriculum developers follow a different series of steps. There's no standard way to teach math. There are some pretty typical ways, but sometimes they'll teach fractions and division and other things in different orders. And so you don't want your child to miss any of those foundational elements when doing that. So, but let's move on. Desks and books don't always mean learning. For some children, they're too wiggly to be able to have all their learning in those places. Sometimes they need to be laying on the floor, building a fort, doing hands-on projects, because that is how they connect with learning better, or it's how they focus better on what they need to learn. So you have to take that in mind with your student, and where are they pulling the most information out of? As you teach your child at home and homeschool, you will learn that there are certain things your child gravitates towards, and that's usually where they learn best. And so I just want to let you know that no matter how much your child struggles, and maybe no matter how much they stay focused on one thing and you think they're never going to want to learn anything else, dream for them, dream big for them, and then learn by studying your child and then customizing their education based on who they are. So I'm going to share some examples with you because I have 3 very different children, and I've customized their education based on who they are and what I learned by studying them. So my oldest, like I said, was diagnosed at the age of 5 on the autism spectrum. And that's when we started our homeschooling process. And I learned very quickly, and I knew this about him from before, because he loved to build with Legos. He was building those Lego sets that said, age 5 or more before he was even 3. And he could follow every single one of the steps. And after that, then it was taken apart and made into something new because he wanted to create. He is a creator. And so for him, schooling, when we did any of our unit studies, and we mostly did unit studies through their younger years, and he even did unit studies through high school because it was a good fit for him. And so I would always assign him building projects. So we were studying some historical thing, and I said, well, why don't you go build out of Legos, out of a cardboard box, out of anything, something from this lesson that would cause him to think about that. Well, Mindstorm classes, the Science Museum was another good place to plug him into building things. We even spent one whole year on mechanical engineering. He was in 5th grade. Now you think that's probably pretty odd, but what I did is Connects has a set with historical bridges. And so we actually built historical bridges one every week as part of his mechanical engineering class. And he created these elaborate structures, but yet at the same time was learning by putting these pieces together how the strength of that bridge was built because of the way the elements connected. So he was learning. And like I said, through high school, he even did unit studies. He was out building projects and doing other things. He did a welding class. He did some other types of industrial classes. He actually went to welding school for his senior year. And now, this next month, he's graduating with a degree in biomedical engineering. It was a good fit for him. He was an engineer at heart. He loves what he is headed into doing as a career, and you could tell that from a very young age. And so I used that to continually bring him back into this love of learning and this desire to learn. Yes, there were many things he struggled with. He struggled with making friends. He struggled with reading, but yet we worked on those things, but always made time to focus on the things that he did good so that he didn't get frustrated. So then I'm going to go on to my next child. He's now 21, and he is a very creative sort. Instead of wanting to build like his brother, he always wanted to put on a costume and to reenact everything that we were reading about and learning about. He interacted through the relational parts of the stories and the learning. And so he would build costumes instead. He would act out things as I read them and do them. As he got into his high school years, he was building computers. And we found that that was another love of that he had. And he was making podcasts with friends, again, connecting. He had friends all around the world. Actually, when we went to Russia a couple of years ago for a homeschool conference I was speaking at, he met up with one of the guys that he's been friends with online for years. He's corrected manuscripts for foreigners in English as part of his English curriculum. So for him, it had to be very social, very interactive. He was on the speech and debate team of our local high school because that was something that was allowed in our state in Minnesota when we lived there. And so we took advantages of all those social opportunities, all those online, technical, entrepreneurial types of things. And it just gave him a love for learning, which he decided because of his dyslexia, he didn't want to go to college. And so we gave him a gap year to continue to expand those things out even after he graduated. He taught himself how to play 2 different guitars, the bass guitar, the regular electric guitar. He learned more about cooking, and then he started getting into bartending things, and he just graduated from bartending school as well. So that love of learning, that intimate knowledge of him wanting to always connect with people, to be creative, and to continue to create was something that we cultivated throughout his learning. And I have to share one story of customizing his curriculum that I thought was so funny. We used a math curriculum that was based out of Singapore, and they would always talk about prawns, which shrimp, and in their different word problems. And it would always mess him up when you started talking about these things that he could not socially relate to because they weren't part of our culture. My oldest couldn't have cared less. You give him the number, he'll figure out the problem. But for him, that was a stopping point whenever we started doing these word problems. And I realized that as I was working with him, I thought, you know what, when we do the problem without those words in it, he does them fairly okay. But so I thought, well, let's go with this interest of his, which happened to be superheroes and, of course, costumes. And I said, so if Batman had this many of, what is throwing darts or whatever, and, make the word problem out of that, guess what? He got the answer instantly. Because we took out that one stopping block, that one thing that was messing him up in his thinking process of doing the math problem. It wasn't the actual math he was frustrated with or stopped by. It was the other stuff that was put into the word problem. So just something to think about. So then we get on to my daughter, who tends to be the very creative sort. And I've always known that about her. We started teaching her sewing at a very young age, and then she moved from sewing into art. She took some art classes from some professional artists and has gone to taking some classes at our local art school. And so oftentimes when we study things, I build art into her assignments because it's a way that she expresses herself. And now she's actually moved back to sewing again, and she's making custom outfits. But allowing her that ability to create, again, she's another creative sort, but more with the crafts and building jewelry and doing all these other things. So studying, different places and time periods and building those into her projects. So those are some ways that you can customize your child's education. And it does take a little bit of tweaking and changing. And like I said, it's ways you can adapt things you already have. And so I'm just going to give you some quick pointers on how to do that, how to take what you have and to make it a little more customized. So say I have a history textbook that really has good content in it, but I know that if I read it word for word to my children, they'd be asleep or out the door. So what I would do often is I would sit down in the evenings and pre-read it myself. I'd highlight the things that I thought were really important to talk about. Leave out the wordiness, the things that that the author maybe added in just to kind of bridge them. Maybe words and vocabulary you don't even use in your household or your children aren't ready for. A lot of times we can convey information at a much higher level of information to kids that are a lot younger if we just translate it into how we talk in our homes. So I would then just, when we sat down to do our group learning, I would relay that information in ways that they would understand, like a conversation versus reading it just out of the textbook. Another thing is that sometimes curriculum will give you lots of options. And I know when I first started doing our unit studies, that was one thing that I was so thankful that the curriculum developer said to me. She just said, you don't have to do all of it. All of these options are given to you so you have options, but they are options. They are not required. And that goes for math too. They give you 60 some problems sometimes. Does your child need to do them all to have learned? No. Pick and choose from different problems and then see how your student does. If you're working one-on-one with them, you can watch and see if they're following the process correctly or not. The same goes with discussion questions. As you're discussing things, do you really need to ask all the questions? Do you maybe just need to ask the first question, see if they have understanding, and go on and ask another question? The other thing is just bringing the context of what you have in your materials to life. And there are so many resources that are free that you can do this with. You can watch videos on YouTube, of course, pre-screen them. Field trips, you can do experiments. You can read real-life books from the library or that you can find on Amazon. We do a lot of audiobooks because we travel a lot. And so I pick the audiobooks for what time period we're going to study the following year. And through the summer, we would listen to the books through our summer travels. Journaling, art, like I talked about, building, writing poems, researching tangent ideas. These are all things that you can do to expand upon and solidify what your students learning in a curriculum that maybe is only setting the framework for what you're teaching in your homeschool. And again, it costs you no money if you already own it. Another thing is adding color to different things that you're using. Sometimes black and white pictures just don't do justice. So adding color to maybe a black and white picture, have your students colored if they like coloring. Another way I've learned color is really important is I've been tutoring a young man in algebra who has memory issues. And so when we do math, the positive numbers are written in black, the negative numbers are written in red. And for him, that helps him to figure out what he needs to do with those numbers, because not always does he remember all the things that need to go with it, but the color will cause him to think, oh, that's what I need to do. Again, stories are awesome. We did read out louds throughout our homeschooling career, and like I said, sometimes audiobooks because mom didn't have enough time to be reading and driving at the same time and all those things. Another thing for visuals is to have a timeline up in a room. My kids would always have the visual schedule of what the day was going to be like, what their assignments were going to be. They loved having the alphabet when they were younger and learning how to write the letters up on the wall so that they could visually see it and see if they were writing it in the right direction. And you know what? The great thing about homeschooling is those visuals stay on your walls even when you're not doing school. So when my kids walked through the dining room every day, they were learning things whether I was teaching them at that time or not, because they were just looking at them. So just some great benefits. And also I want to address testing. Testing is not an instructional method. Testing is just seeing where your student is at based on somebody else's opinion of what should be tested. So if there's a test that comes with your curriculum, don't put a lot of weight on it, because that is what that curriculum developer thinks is most important. Make sure you add in other things and other ways of testing your student. I just interviewed someone recently on my broadcast, and I'll talk about that in a minute, how you can get linked into our resources. But what he shared was that, you can learn so much through projects and giving your children problems to use the information they already have to test their knowledge at a much higher level than a multiple choice test could ever give you information about. So that's really important to remember, is that tests only gauge at one specific level, and they don't always test what is really important. And then I would say push your children, but not too hard, because they need to know that when things are on the edge of what they think they can do, that they can pull together resources to learn what they need to accomplish a goal. And I've seen my kids do that over and over again when they feel like, I don't know if I can actually do this, that you give them the resources they need and say, I think you can. And so here's a project based on the information, or something that I want you to build based on what we've been studying. Here's the things that we've learned. You can get resources from here as well and here as well. Now, let's see what you can do with that, because that is really what we're moving our children towards, is to be able to take the information, to synthesize what they've learned and to use it in the real world, because that's what we do as our kids move on and move out of our homeschools and into life. So I want to encourage you to do that. Finally, I just want to tell you a little bit about our resources at SPED Homeschool. We have a lot of them. We, again, are a nonprofit. Everything that we offer parents is completely free. And we just ask you to dive into those things on our website. We have a lot of great articles. We also have a YouTube channel with over 500 videos. We do a weekly broadcast that's live, that you can watch on our Facebook page, our YouTube channel, as well as our Periscope channel. And you can interact with our guests who happen to be homeschool conference speakers or therapists, special educators, college professors in different areas. We focus on a different subject each month. And so that is to encourage you in different areas of resources that you might need. But you can always go back and watch previous episodes. And then we also break those episodes down into some shorter segments as well, based on what the conversation really focused on. So we have that. We have partners that sell curriculum that we have already looked at, that we say, this is something that's very adaptable. It's very, very much in line with what we're telling you can do here. A lot of their curriculum helps you to do that much easier than you having to come up with a lot of things on your own. But we also have therapists that do teletherapy and in-person therapy. We have consultants that will come alongside you and work with you one-on-one. And so just lots and lots of resources. But I'm going to put up our website so you can see that as well. And I just want to close by encouraging you and letting you know that you can do this, and that you can customize your students' education. And it really isn't as hard as it looks. And like I said at the very beginning, it may sound really daunting to do this, but as you've probably gathered, yes, it takes a little bit of work on the front end, but my kids enjoyed school. They thought it was so much fun. We didn't have battles at, getting your work done and doing this, because I customized it and made it unique to each of them. And they saw learning as something that was not only enjoyable, but something that challenged them, and also that they were rewarded with, because they were able to accomplish things and do something that they really loved. And so I just encourage you to customize your students' education. And if you need any help, definitely look at our website at spedhomeschool.com and plug into all the resources that we have as well.
All right, everyone. So this is Victoria again from Money Munch Kids, your host. And I just want to put a little comment here on the live. I already posted it on the Facebook page and on the stream. It's not on Instagram yet, but it's pretty much out there. I accidentally switched the order in the stream here, so that was actually, as I said, Sped Homeschool. That was Peggy who was doing the talk on how to customize your curriculum, and that was supposed to be the slot for traditional to flexible schooling by Roman Fernando from American Academy of Strategic Education. Now, that said, we're not skipping Roman, we're not skipping traditional to flexible homeschooling. We got it right here for you. And just had a little flub. Things like that do happen sometimes when you're live.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. My
you.
name is Roman, and I am the Executive Director here at American Academy of Strategic Education's Newport Mesa campus. I'd like to say a very special hello to Miss Kristen, who is our Executive Director at our Mission Viejo campus. Also, a very special hello to Miss Angela Hansen, who is our President and Founder of American Academy of Strategic Education. Again, welcome. Today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about transitioning from traditional to flexible schooling and how American Academy of Strategic Education can be an integral part in that process. A little bit about me. I've been in education for over 25 years. I've had the privilege of teaching junior high and math science. I've been a vice principal and a principal of a school. I enjoy technology integration in education, and I'm a firm believer in being a lifelong learner. One of my personal philosophies is, if I don't grow, I go. So I'm constantly learning myself. So why should I choose flexible schooling? I'd like to concentrate on 3 key areas: flexibility, choice, and customization. So let's talk a little bit about flexibility first. Students and parents are able to complete their academic work on a schedule that works for them while they pursue their passion. We know that every student is an individual, and each student has their desires and passions. American Academy of Strategic Education provides that flexibility for students to pursue their passions. Some of our students are in scouting, others are in traveling sports, others are in music, some of our students are actors. It's amazing how students can pursue their passion and still continue to get academic support because of the flexible programs that American Academy offers. Here you'll see some of our students coding, and that is a wonderful passion because technology is just absolutely amazing. And students starting young in coding helps provide a great future for them in that industry. Let's talk a little bit about choice. Choosing a program and philosophy that meets your needs as a family is very important. We understand that not one size fits all model, and having choices is very important in a child's education and growth. Choices for field trips, hands-on real-world experiences are very important for children to relate the classroom material to real-world experiences. Science experiments that are hands-on and help students engage. Small class sizes are also important. Where we see some schools having growth in numbers in classrooms of student to teacher ratios, American Academy feels strongly that keeping class sizes small helps students engage more, articulate, communicate, and collaborate with their fellow classmates, and the teacher is able to have more one-on-one time with their students. Play-based programs are very important and is a choice as well that some parents feel is important for a child's development. Play-based programs with a layer of academics to help students improve. Hands-on activities to help students be able to be creative is a choice as well. These choices in flexible education help students continue their passion and provide opportunities for educational growth. Customization is also important for families. Each student's curriculum is designed to meet their individual strengths, areas of growth, interest, and pace of learning. American Academy recognizes that each student is an individual and each student's strengths need to be fostered, developed, and supported. Whether it be our play-based programs, like I mentioned before, real-world problem solving, project-based, We also are able to provide field trips that provide hands-on activities. Academic rigor is also important in a customized program, as well as small class sizes help provide that customized program for families. American Academy recognizes once again that each child is an individual. There are numerous learning styles. Here you see some. Learning styles mainly fall into three categories: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. American Academy works very closely with each student and family to understand a child's learning style. Having small class sizes helps teachers be able to help each student enhance their learning styles and deliver a program that best meets their method of learning, such as hands-on project-based activities, giving options for those activities. American Academy feels very strongly that working with the parents, the child, and the local charter schools to help each child in their learning style is important for a child's development. Numbers don't lie. We'll see more and more families choosing flexible schooling to help their child grow, pursue their passions, continue their academic, give that flexibility. One of the reasons why more and more families are choosing flexible schooling is because of graduation rates in some of our public schools. And because of this, American Academy helps support each student in ensuring that standards are met, communication between charter schools are effective, as well as consistent communication with families. Flexible schooling offers numerous opportunities for student success, and the numbers definitely don't lie, with more and more families continuing to choose flexible schooling for their child. Charter schools. Let's talk a little bit about charter schools. And are charter schools considered public schools? Absolutely, yes. Charter schools are public schools and open to all. American Academy of Strategic Education works very closely with its charter schools to provide an education that is supportive for each child as an individual. We work closely to ensure funding, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Funding is available for every family to ensure that their child's needs academically are met. So let's talk a little bit about funding and where they come from. The majority of educational funding comes from income tax and smaller, to an extent, property taxes and the lottery. As taxpayers, I think the choice in ensuring where you get to choose where your tax dollars are spent is important. That choice gives opportunities for you, your family, and especially your child to continue in a program that is flexible for their continued academic growth. Social and academic progress. So how do flexible schooling children do socially? It's absolutely amazing. Flexible schooling children overcome the potential lack of socialization through heavy involvement in learning centers, clubs, extracurricular activities, field trips, just to name a few. Some of the field trips that American Academy provides is we've been to the Seagram Center, the Marconi Museum, the Nixon Library, and the tide pools in Corona del Mar, just to name a few. We've had the opportunities for our students to have guided tours through docents and specialized educational professionals to help meet the children and give them the opportunity for real-world experiences in our local communities. In addition, we have virtual tours as well that help provide remote learning for students in a virtual setting for our field trips. So socialization is there. We also provide, like I mentioned before, clubs such as chess, Minecraft, music, arts and craft, journalism, as well as entrepreneurship. These clubs provide socialization for our students to be leaders themselves, guided by teachers and oversight. So how do flexible schooling children compare to public school children? That's a great question. Let's look at some data. The numbers don't lie. Reading, language arts, math, science, social studies, a combination of reading and language, as well as other subjects. Flexible schooling children outperform their public school peers greatly, as you can see. American Academy feels very strongly that a strong academic support that is tailored for each child as an individual helps nurture their learning, helps give them a joy and love of learning and being able to be productive members in their community. A well-rounded holistic education and support network helps our flexible schooling children to be strong in their academics. Can my child still go to college if they are in flexible schooling? Absolutely. We find more and more students who graduate from flexible schooling environments that go into college graduate at a higher rate than their counterparts and peers. So the question, can my child still go to college if they are in flexible schooling? The answer is absolutely yes. American Academy of Strategic Education provides academic support that are aligned to the standards through project-based opportunities and lessons that are teacher guided, provides an opportunity to partner with the charter schools and the homeschool teachers to align the standards to ensure that each graduate from the academy is able to progress into higher education and be successful. Is the enrollment process difficult? No, the enrollment process is not difficult at all. American Academy of Strategic Education again partners with you, the family, as well as its local charter schools to ensure the process is seamless. The best way to find out the enrollment process is to schedule a tour. I myself, here at Newport Mesa, welcome you to tour the Academy, whether virtually or in person. My colleague, Ms. Kristen, at our Mission Viejo Academy, is also able to do the same. Start the enrollment process. We'll help partner you and the charter schools, as well as American Academy, to dovetail the two together to help your child on a path to academic success and be a well, holistic, rounded individual that is being able to pursue their passions. Some of our programs are, we have remote learning. Technology integration is important to American Academy as well as its students to ensure an environment that integrates technology into its educational program. Our Kids Spot program is play-based with an academic layer of the core subjects. Our Kids Spot World Language program helps students learn a second language such as Mandarin and Spanish. Studies have shown that the earlier students are able to learn a second language, the greater the retention of that second language. Our Bridge program helps our Kids Spot students who are ages 5 to 7 years old transition into a more project-based academic program. Teachers help provide our 5 to 7 year old students in organization and study skills to be able to hold the rigor of what's to come. Our essential discourse programs are our core subjects such as math, science, social studies, and English language arts. It provides project-based collaboration, articulation, small class sizes, as well as teacher-guided lessons to help students continue their academic rigor. Our Pathways program is our CTE, our Career and Technology Education, which is aligned to the California standards of the Career and Technology Education program. Our main focuses are business and finance, health and human sciences, as well as architecture and engineering. Each of these programs are aligned to the standards and built around the core subjects such as math, science, English, and social studies. Our World Language Immersion program is absolutely amazing. We have Mandarin, Spanish, French. The opportunities for children to learn a second language gives them greater opportunities in a global economy. Our core crew provides our students individualized one-on-one attention. Teachers are able to help students through their core subjects. Our Club Hub is an opportunity for our students to be leaders themselves. We give our students chances in clubs such as chess, music, entrepreneurship, journalism, arts and crafts. The clubs are oversought by teachers. However, students themselves are leaders themselves, choosing a path and goals of how the clubs they would like to see progress. As well as our enrichment labs, every first Friday of the month is a field trip. whether it be hands-on in the local community or a virtual field trip. We are able to also provide a walk through history, science labs, world language passport programs where we introduce our history component, games from around the world, and goals of culinary arts from around the world, as well as a numerous amount of opportunities for our students to be global citizens. Our enrichment labs provide opportunities for our students to be holistic in their learning environment. Field trip. We are able to also provide a walk. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself or Ms. Kristen at our Mission Viejo Academy. We'll be happy to give you a guided tour, as well as a virtual tour. American Academy of Strategic Education is very proud of its academic program that works with families to provide opportunities for flexibility, choice, and customization in its programs. If you have any questions, again, feel free to contact me. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone, and that was from American Academy, Traditional to Flexible Schooling. And if you're just popping in, just a little note, you're not crazy. There was a flub in the schedule, but we're glad to have everything back in order, and we're glad that everyone got to see their sessions. We just played Traditional to Flexible Schooling from American Academy, and I accidentally had switched that with Customizing Your Curriculum from Peggy from SPED Homeschool. So we're going to go back on schedule now and go to Christine from Carrier Shell Curriculum with her talk, Shake It Up, Opportunities and Benefits of Interdisciplinary Education. I do want to remind everyone that you guys want to post on the Facebook page, share. You can also share the live stream here. So I'm going to pause that. And, find us and tag us on Instagram as well. Check out our Instagram page. We have all of our vendor sponsors and presenters who are all paying attention and watching the Facebook, our Instagram, and they're ready to answer your questions. And, of course, happy to help any and all the families that need some help to find some unique opportunities for education for their kids, whether they're traditional homeschoolers or, they're just getting to homeschool because of the current quarantine stay in place crisis that's going on. So now we're going to start off with Christine from Carrier Shell Curriculum, and here we go.
Hi, this is Christine Echeverry with Carrier Shell Curriculum. I am so excited to be at this conference. Today I'm going to be talking about what interdisciplinary education is and some of the awesome benefits from doing interdisciplinary education. But before I do that, I want to introduce you to a carrier snail. This wonderful animal moves along the ocean floor and finds other shells and different little animals and actually attaches those animals to itself. In the same way, homeschool families have options about what types of curriculum that they can choose. And in effect, families will be able to create their own carrier shell based off of choices that families make, and actually attaches those animals to it. Well, I think this slide really illustrates what the concept of interdisciplinary learning actually is. With learning just through disciplines, we see this nice, neat stack of books. With interdisciplinary learning, many more offshoots and investigations are possible if we do not limit ourselves to sticking within only one discipline. Some of the benefits of interdisciplinary learning that I've seen are that oftentimes students are very surprised about the places that learning goes. Also, multisensory connections are made and many more creative solutions are possible. I've seen this in my own experience with my class at the co-op that I've taught. Initially, a few students were not that excited about taking a California history class. But when I brought in a lot more other things like life science, earth science, poetry, and more, they really, I think, were surprised about how enriching and how interesting it was. Something else that I've really thought about a lot, especially during this time period, is how very true it is that life is interdisciplinary. So we know with this current situation with the COVID virus, it obviously impacts us scientifically. But it impacts so many other things. Our economic situation, our transportation, our families, our children's childhood, the arts, and even our history. It's going to impact all these different variables. I love this quote by Leonard Bernstein. It was an initiation to the love of learning how to learn as a matter of interdisciplinary cognition. That is, learning to know something by its relation to something else. So the following are some of my most favorite interdisciplinary resources. When we studied U.S. geography, we looked at a regional approach to studying the United States, and we also used the cookbook Eat Your Way Through the USA, which was just a lot of fun for all of us. When we studied the Renaissance, we used Rats, Bowls, and Flying Machines, a fabulous resource that looks at a lot of different disciplines. And we also looked at the music of Sting, who played John Dowland music. When we studied botany, we used the great resource of the Sassafras Science Adventures, the botany version, and we looked at the artwork of Ernest Haeckel. When we studied ornithology, or the study of birds, we used Kim Wright's Bird Adventure. And then we also explored poetry and folklore mythology about birds. One of the things that we tried for U.S. history is I had my kids do All Things Fun and Fascinating, the IEW resource. And then we also read just a lot of different literature approach books, including Ben and Me, which is a great, great book. Finally, as we studied ancient cultures, we read different picture books, and we also used the Story of the World Activity Guide, which is just a fabulous resource for hands-on activities. So using this approach for California history, what we've come up with is California out of the box. Just to give an overview of the curriculum itself is for grades 3 to 6. It's a year-long curriculum, and it's a teacher's guide with reproducible student sheets. The curriculum itself uses 5 historical fiction books plus 2 other resources. The thing I love about homeschooling is that everybody in the family has an opportunity to learn something. So I always feel like as a parent in my own homeschool, I end up learning a ton just right alongside my own kids. And it's really my hope that parents, especially families that are new to California, will learn a lot about the Golden State in this curriculum. The curriculum itself uses the historical fiction books that I mentioned earlier, as well as 2 other unique resources. The first one is the Audubon Field Guide to California, which is a great book for exploring the habitats of California, plants, animals, rocks, and a lot more. And Stories from Where We Live, the California Coast, is a fabulous book because it's almost like a series of field trips all in one book. It's about kids' different experiences in different natural environments in California. So just to give you an idea of how interdisciplinary learning occurs in this curriculum, for Island of the Blue Dolphins, as students are reading that book, they'll learn about the coast and island's habitat. So as they're reading the book, one of the projects in the curriculum is to create a habitat, a home in the style of the coast and islands habitat, so using those sorts of materials. So to continue on with the interdisciplinary approach, as another one of the projects in the curriculum is to have students observe different leaf shapes. So in whatever natural environment students are in, they will go around and collect a number of samples and then use the Audubon Field Guide to figure out which type of leaf shape that they've found on their leaf walk. So using stories from where we live again, while students are at the Channel Islands reading Island of the Blue Dolphins, students will read a story about the Catalina Pigeon Express that ran between Catalina Island and Los Angeles in the late 1800s. At that time period, there were no phones or telegraphs to take messages back and forth, so these wonderful carrier pigeons would bring rolled up messages on their talons to the mainland. So that's an exploration that can be done, which comes out of reading story and exploring the Channel Islands. So another exploration in the curriculum, again with the interdisciplinary approach, is after students read about the Pigeon Express and they end up in the mainland of California in the Hollywood, Los Angeles area, students will explore the La Brea tar pits and the Pleistocene time period and the woolly mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers and the dire wolves. So using the Audubon Field Guide to California and stories from where we live, students will open up this time period. Moving on in time, during the Ranchos and the Missions period, students will read Valley of the Moon, which is a fabulous resource. It's a very fresh look at the missions and the Ranchos time period from the perspective of a historical fiction character. And I really love it because it's almost a very interdisciplinary resource itself. It looks into the traditions of the time period, and just a lot of things are explored that are unique, such as Las Posadas and Dia de los Muertos. So as I've written the curriculum and I've taught it in a co-op as well, I've definitely have put together more projects. So stay tuned for a California Out of the Box project supplement. So one of the things that I love, and I mentioned earlier about interdisciplinary education, is that it can make learning very present. And this is an example of that. As we were studying the coast and islands habitat, another activity that we did is we identified kelp. And I just happened to be around the beach at one time, and I gathered some samples, and then using the Audubon Field Guide to California, students identified the different kelp types. Another example is while we were reading about the Pigeon Express, to make learning more present, I had my students color in a picture of a pigeon using chalk because it blends really nicely. And then we combined a historical message, and then students wrote their own message, and we attached them to our birds. So another example of how interdisciplinary learning can be brought in is students can try different foods. So as we were doing the Ranchos period, students tried pan de muertos. And then also students created pinch pots. So please stay tuned for our new curriculum, Earth Party, an early introduction to the Linnaean system of classification of living things. This curriculum will be coming out this summer. It's for grades 1 to 6, and it's a unit study. So it's a 12-week study, which will have a teacher's guide as well as a student book. So this curriculum is going to explore the kingdoms of living things from single-celled organisms up through the animal kingdom. And this, I have to say, this curriculum, it's been my feeling that it's really important for students, and especially even young students, to understand a broad framework on the forms of life. And I think given COVID-19, it's never been as important for even young kids to understand what single-celled organisms are. And in this case, the viruses are not even alive, not technically, but even single-celled life is actually just so complex. And that's why we created this curriculum, because it's so important even for young students to understand that. For more information, I invite you to visit our blog and store at carriershellcurriculum.com. We also have a COVID-19 blog, which we post articles to in terms of homeschool how-to and a lot of other issues and topics related to COVID-19. We also sell our curriculum plus literature boxes to support our curriculum on our website. We also invite you to visit OutSchool in AdLife EDU. This is where I will be teaching a number of online classes related to California, which I'm very excited about. Also, we're on Instagram at Carrier Shell Curriculum. And you can also email me at info@carriershellcurriculum.com. We are also product vendors with a number of charter schools: Inspire, iLead, South Sutter, Sky Mountain, Ocean Grove, and Compass, and service vendors through Homeschool Coaches. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day and stay safe and be well.
All right, that was an awesome presentation by Christine from Carrier Shell Curriculum. Now, Christine is one of our lovely vendors, and like many of our vendors and sponsors and speakers, she has offered up a giveaway prize. So, I can't seem to get my video working. Sorry, you guys. This is all sorts of technical difficulties. I think I lost it somewhere in the corner of the screen. That's okay. So I want to remind you guys to go and check out all of our vendors and our sponsors, because many of them are doing additional giveaways and freebies beyond the conference to help support the digital conference for homeschooling. So if you go on Instagram and find Carrier Shell Curriculum, you'll see her first 2 posts are about doing a cover contest. All you have to do is like the cover of her new books that she mentioned that are coming out, and then you have a chance to win a real Carrier Shell. I am super stoked. I am not going to enter because I want all of you to win. But I want you guys to get a chance because this is an awesome shell. And if you know, once all this is over, if you see Christine out at some conferences, you got to go ask her to see that Carrier Shell because it is amazing. So like I said, just go find Carrier Shell Curriculum on Instagram. You'll see she's giving away or you have the ability to win a Carrier Shell Curriculum. And it's on her first 2 posts. I'm actually just going to repost it on our Instagram right now so you'll be able to find her. And in addition, Christine has very generously offered up a copy of the California Out of the Box. So here's what I want you guys to do. I'm going to post something on the Facebook group, and just so Christine's in on it and she can see what's going on, I'll tag Carrier Shell Curriculum. And I know we're all stuck at home and that really blows. I know I'm sure there's a lot of kids that want to go out and play in the sun, and you know, we got places that we want it to be. However, we can't. So instead, we have all these amazing vendors that are giving you some lovely things. Is the giveaway only available on Instagram? You know, honestly, I was just trying to check that, Zaf. I think that the giveaway for the Carrier Shell might be, but I want to check her Facebook because she's been promoting the conference, so I'm having to go down a little bit. I will check with her. I'm sure that if you guys share it on the Facebook page, then she'll be, you know, happy to accommodate that. Just let me double check with her first. But for the Carrier Shell, the winning of the actual Carrier Shell, that's going to be, as far as I know, 100% right now. All I know is that's on Instagram. However, like I said, she's giving away her curriculum, California Curriculum Out of the Box, and what I want you guys to do is I'm going to post on the Facebook page in just a minute here, asking you guys, if you could go anywhere, where would you go? And if you're in California, if you want to list a local place, not just like a state, that's even better because, of course, her curriculum is California Out of the Box, and California is a wonderfully diverse state, has lots of history, a lot of different weather. A lot of people think California, think it's sunny all the time. Let me tell you, we have snow. So not everywhere, not in Los Angeles a lot, but we do have it. And so I do want to give you guys the opportunity to win that curriculum because it is a fantastic curriculum. Again, it's going to be posted on the DCH Facebook, asking you guys where would you go if you could right now, and you can have a chance to win the Carrier Shell Curriculum California Out of the Box. Now, next up, we have, I'm on the wrong tab. Next up, we have the, oh my gosh, of course, Jennifer Scott, you guys. Jennifer Scott is a New York Times best-selling author. She is the Daily Connoisseur, Madam Chic, and she wrote Connoisseur Kids. It's fantastic. It's an adorable book. I've posted about her on our Instagram and Facebook page before, leading up to this conference, and we are thrilled that she has sent us a little something to use for the conference. She couldn't be here live because there is a time zone issue currently, but we do have the top 10 tips for new working homeschool parents. I know there's a lot of parents like that right now, so if you know somebody, make sure to share this live stream link or share the link from the DCH page, and maybe we can help some more parents. So I'm going to put that on right now, and thank you all for being here. I salute all of you. I know you guys are working and tired, and you got the little munchkins.
Today's video, I'm going to share 10 tips.
But we are going to do our best to make this an absolute hoot for you guys. So here is Miss Jennifer Scott, New York best-selling author, the Daily Connoisseur, and author of Connoisseur Kids.
In today's video, I'm going to share 10 tips for new homeschooling parents. Jennifer here. Welcome back to the Daily Connoisseur. I'm going to share 10 tips for new homeschooling parents in today's video. Normally my homeschooling videos reach a specific niche of people who actually want to homeschool, but right now with everything going on, everybody's pretty much homeschooling. And I know that there are a lot of parents who have been reaching out and asking for tips. So I'm going to give you my best advice in today's video. Before we begin, today's video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning platform. They have over 25,000 classes. Talk about an education. I love Skillshare. I took a class last night actually called YouTube Success, Build an Authentic Channel That's Worth the Follow. And it was led by a very famous YouTuber, and she shared all of her tips and skills on how to build your own YouTube channel. So I took that class myself in order to improve my channel, and I got some really good ideas from it. So Skillshare has all sorts of classes. They have design, illustration, marketing classes, writing classes, anything that you want to know. Membership is under $10 a month, and the first 1,000 people to click on the link down below get 2 free months of Skillshare Premium. So that's a really great deal. I love Skillshare because I'm all about furthering my education. We should never stop learning. So I think Skillshare is an amazing company, and I just want to thank them for sponsoring today's video. All right, so let's get into my top 10 tips for new homeschooling parents. So what qualifies me to give these tips? Well, I have been homeschooling for 3 years now, and I know that's not that long in the grand scheme of things, and there are many parents who are more seasoned than I am at this, but I do have a lot of experience with both being a working parent and homeschooling. I also have 4 children, including a baby and a toddler, so I understand the challenges that go along with that. Every single year I learn so much more about how to have an efficient and even better homeschool year than the one before. So I have a lot of tips and things that I have personally learned myself. So let's dive right in. Tip number 1 is to display a good attitude about homeschooling in front of your kids. So I recently watched a video on YouTube where Good Morning America was asking one of their fellow anchors how their first day of homeschooling went. And the mom was joking with her colleagues, and she said, well, is it too early to have a glass of wine? Now, haha, it's funny, and we can definitely text that type of thing to our friend or share it with our spouse, but really, we should not complain about homeschooling in front of our children. Even if you have fear or dread about it, even if you're going through a personally stressful situation with everything that's going on, try to maintain a positive and upbeat attitude with regard to homeschool, because your children will cotton on to your own feelings about it as well, and it will affect your school day. So that Good Morning America anchor, she was just joking with her colleagues, but she said that in front of her child, and you could kind of see his face fall when she said that. And so we have to be very careful what we say in front of our children. So we are in a society that loves to joke around. We're always joking, but sometimes it's just good to just be serious and take this seriously because we are all doing this now. Tip number 2, give yourself a grace period. This is going to be a rough transition for many people. From your child's perspective, if they've been in public or private school, they've been going every single day, seeing their friends there, they're in a classroom environment surrounded by a certain type of structure. All of that has changed and now they're at home. From your perspective, maybe you were out working and now you're at home suddenly doing math with your kid and that's not what you signed up for. So everybody needs a grace period. And so just have a bit more patience with your child. If they're having a hard time with it, give patience to yourself. Perhaps you need to do some unschooling where you detox from all of the situations for a few days and just maybe not do school. Now, of course, I'm recommending you to follow the guidelines that your school gives you. So if your school gives you a curriculum and deadlines and due dates, you should certainly follow that. But I'm saying that maybe just take a break a bit from the stress of it all. The wonderful thing about homeschooling, I find, is that it's a very relaxed way of life and it's a wonderful lifestyle. So just embrace that. Tip number 3, you're going to hear this from all sorts of homeschooling parents, and that is to not recreate school at home. So don't try to recreate the class structure. You don't need to homeschool for 8 hours a day. You don't need to have set breaks and set times where everything is really rigid. You have the freedom to do what you want when you want to. That's one of the beauties of homeschool. Also, homeschooling is very efficient, so you can get a lot of work done in a concentrated amount of time. So you're not going to be dragging it out the whole afternoon. Our family is usually over with all of the heavy stuff by noon. That's 3 concentrated hours of work, and then we have a few lighter subjects in the afternoon if we don't get all of our work done. Tip number 4 is to get creative about where you do school. You do not need to sit down at a desk in order to do school. Yes, we do have a homeschool room and we do have desks, but sometimes if I have a mountain of laundry to fold, we go upstairs and mama folds laundry while we also do school. So they could do it in their rooms. You could do it out by the pool. You could do it on your front porch if you want. You could do school wherever you want. Make it fun. If the children are experiencing some bad attitudes, just switch it up. I'm going to get to that tip later. Tip number 5, take this time to really work on developing good habits with regard to life at home. So oftentimes if you're in public or private school, mornings can be chaotic. You're trying to get off to work and you rush out the door and things don't get done properly. So take this time really to instill really great habits in your children, like waking up at a good time, brushing their hair, getting dressed, brushing their teeth, making their bed, making sure their room is tidy. None of this should be a burdensome chore. It should just be a part of everyday life. So if you think about it, we all wake up, we brush our teeth. We don't think, oh, I have to brush my teeth again today. No, we just automatically do it. So that's what we're trying to do with good habits. We're just trying to get to the place where we are automatically doing them with a cheerful attitude. For more on good habit forming, please check out my book, Connoisseur Kids: Etiquette, Manners, and Living Well for Parents and Their Little Ones. Tip number 6 is to start an exciting book series with your children. You only need to read 1 chapter a day. Now is the time. We're all together. We have more time. So consider reading to them. I like to do this every night before they go to bed. We have been reading through the Little House on the Prairie series. We're in book 7, and I cannot tell you what a blessing this has been in our lives. I look forward to it every day. Get into a good living book and read it to your children and just watch how it changes everything. Tip number 7, don't forget to ask your children what they would like to learn about. Maybe one of your children has a really strong interest in medieval times. So you could put something together surrounding that. Maybe watch some kid documentaries on the subject, read a book about it, do a craft on it. What we want to do is to have our children love to learn, to foster that curiosity that is naturally in them. Tip number 8 is to break up the heavy subjects. So don't be so strict in saying, okay, we have to do math, and then we have to do language arts, and then we have to do spelling, and then you can get up and have a break. So what we do in our house is we'll do one subject and take a break, and then another subject and take a break. Now during these breaks, they are not allowed to just watch TV or play tablets or anything like that. No, they're encouraged to go get some fresh air, maybe have a healthy snack, go outside, or jump around, or even do some creative play. So break up the heavy subjects. And so you don't have to have necessarily a recess time, but we just do a break between each heavy subject. Tip number 9, if ever everybody has a grumpy attitude, including yourself, it's time to change the scenery. You can pause everything and just say, you know what, let's just take a break from this all. Let's go make some cookies, or let's go clear out that garage, or let's go do something else. Just move yourselves. There's no point in bickering and fighting with each other in a closed room over a subject, okay? Which brings me to my last point here. If a child is not getting a concept, just keep your cool. This can be one of the most frustrating things as a parent about homeschooling. Let's say you're teaching something that you think is incredibly easy and you just do not get why your child does not get it. There's a really funny meme that's been circulating in the homeschool community of a child, like a child bully leaning over another child. And the meme says, "I said if Johnny had 5 apples." Most homeschool parents can relate to this. Sometimes you're thinking, I am teaching the easiest concept in the world. Why are you not getting this? So if that's happening, don't get frustrated with your child. Don't yell at them. If they start to get upset and cry, just step away. Here's the great thing about homeschooling. You can come back to that concept that they're not getting at a later date or a later time, and you could drill it home. Then they will master the subject. So one of the problems with traditional school system is that if your child does not understand something, it goes over their head. They don't stop. They move on, and you can fall behind. That happened to me personally with math when I was in public school. I just didn't understand some things. I was too shy to raise my hand, and then I just got more lost and more lost as I went into advanced math. So the wonderful thing about homeschool is that you're able to work on those tangles. I call them tangles. It's like brushing out hair and getting the tangles out. But don't get frustrated when they don't get a concept. Just go back to it later. And my bonus tip, because I always have to give one of those, is to get dressed every day and look presentable, especially you as the teacher. If you're wandering around the house a hot mess in sweatpants, messy hair, don't care, that type of thing, you're not going to garner as much respect from your children. Yes, you can have a few pajama days if it's fun, but on a whole, it's good to model good, responsible behavior and good habit forming as an adult for your children. So I hope that you enjoyed this video and that it gave you some ideas for your own homeschool. I would like to thank Skillshare so much for sponsoring today's video. Don't forget to check out their link below for 2 free months of Skillshare Premium for the first 1,000 people who click. Thanks so much for joining me today on The Daily Connoisseur, and I will see you in my next video. Bye!
of Curriculum, Instruction, and International Programs at Bon Voyage World Languages Academy. I am also the author of Pathways to Language Fluency, Changing the Way We Think About Language in the United States. And today I am here and so excited to talk to you about language with the 5 senses. Language with the 5 senses is a comprehensible input method that I designed a few years ago, and I'm really proud of it. And I want to talk to you about language in the brain today and why language with the 5 senses works. So let's get started. Let's start by talking about your brain. This is a wonderful picture of your brain. And many of you have studied how the brain learns. But today we're going to talk about not only how the brain learns, but how the brain learns language. So you have brain cells that are called neurons. All your brain cells are called neurons, and you are born with approximately 100 billion neurons. Now, when you learn a new skill, something called a dendrite grows out of the neurons. And when 2 dendrites grow close together, they form a contact point called a synapse. We're going to go over these in a little more detail in a minute. And so messages are sent from one neuron to another across the synapses by neurotransmitters. And as skills are practiced and reinforced, the synapses grow and more neurotransmitters are stored. So that's kind of an overview of how your brain, when it learns a new skill, how those messages are transported. So all learning, language learning included, is sensory. It all begins with sensory input. So it comes into your brain through specialty sensory receptors. And what are those sensory receptors? Remember when we're in kindergarten and we learn about our 5 senses, hence language with the 5 senses? What are our 5 senses? Hearing with our ears, vision with our eyes, touch with our fingers, smell with our nose, and taste with our tongue. Now, touch can also come from other parts than our fingers, right? Like we can feel and touch from all parts of our body on the outside. So what it's important to know is the sensory receptors in our body, they receive the information and then they send messages accordingly to the brain. And so the desire to communicate with other humans is an instinct. However, language is learned through the senses exactly as everything else is learned. When we learn through our senses, when we make the conscious decision and we consciously learn through our senses, it builds double connections across those synapses, and more neurotransmitters can go back and forth. And so that puts information directly into the long-term memory. If I tell you something and give you a list and say, memorize this, it's going to go into your short-term memory until you need to use it. And then more often than not, you lose it. I mean, how many times have I heard, I can't even tell you, oh, I took a language in high school, but I can't remember it, or I can not remember very much of it. That's because the senses were not accurately engaged for long-term learning. Now, just because it goes into the long-term memory doesn't mean you have to just leave it, just stays there. You have to practice and reinforce in order for it to stay there. But it's easier to recall it if it goes there first rather than the short-term memory. So our language with the 5 senses. This method is based on the science behind how humans acquire language. We know that all learning is creating new circuit connections in the brain. All learning is sensory, and learning is retained when those circuit connections are retained. And when I talk about circuit connections, I'm talking about the building of synapses and dendrites and neurons and neurotransmitters, okay? So we want to make sure that we build those connections and that the learning is retained when those circuit connections are reinforced. The language center in our brain actually solidifies. It's the only part of the brain that solidifies between the age of 8 and 12. It closes off and cannot fully create new connections. So it's really important that we engage our senses as we get older in order to learn a language, because we can trick our brains into opening that center up and making those connections again if we engage our senses properly. And the earlier a person acquires a new language, the more pliable the language center becomes, the easier it is to get in there and make those connections. So if you learn a language when you're 5 and then you go to learn another language when you're 12, the brain already is receptive to other languages, and therefore it's going to be easier for those skills and those neurons and neurotransmitters and synapses to grow and do their job. We experience language with all 5 of our senses. In addition, because language is in every aspect of our being, it is the essence of the human experience. So we must use our senses in order to learn language. Think about when you are a baby. How do we learn language? We first learn by observing, but our caregivers, they're with us. They help us feel, they help give us those sensory connections in order for us to, for our brains to learn and grow and absorb that language. Language is experiences. And so we have to make sure that when we're learning a language, we don't learn it in a bubble, because language is interactive and it requires all of our senses. And so making sure that we have those human connections, those cultural connections that to create relevance for us, that's important as well. And language acquisition takes time. We all know this. You cannot learn language in a day. You know, the ideal is to be completely immersed, to have all of your senses engaged. But you have to think about it this way. When you're a baby, you don't come out speaking, and it doesn't take you a day or sometimes even a year to speak fully. You're listening, constantly listening, and then comes out babbling, and then repetition, and then one word, 2 spontaneous words, 3 spontaneous words. So if you think of a way that a child progresses, when you're learning a new language, you're just like a language baby. You are exactly, that's what I say to my students. I always say, you're a language baby. You are the same level as a newborn baby, and you've got to build that time up. You know, an adult learning a language needs up to 1,500 hours of just listening in order to be able to produce spontaneous language. And we're going to talk about this a little bit more in a few minutes. So we're going to talk about why translation doesn't work and why language with the 5 senses is a completely zero translation method. You can teach without translation. Here is something that's really funny that I found. This is just a funny little thing. French lessons debutante confirmed and even specialist. Nobody ends to learn. This was a translation, a little sign that was out there. And so I just want to show you that, you know, translation, a lot gets lost in translation. And so translation doesn't work because in order for language acquisition to be effective, we must create those circuit connections in the brain that tap into all 5 of our senses. People who learn a language through translation very, very rarely become bilingual because it hinders their fluency. Fluency is not the same as accuracy. You know, translators, that is a completely different skill, and there's need for translators. But I'll tell you a story. I have a really, really good friend in France. She's actually one of my oldest friends in France, and she is a translator. And she translates French, or so into French, Portuguese, English, and Spanish. And the only language that she speaks fluently is French. She can read Spanish, Portuguese, and English. She can write Spanish, Portuguese, and English, but she cannot hold a fluent conversation in any of those languages. And it's because translation makes us rely on our first language. It breaks those connections. And so we often think that a person who's a fluent speaker is an accurate speaker, when in fact, many times fluency doesn't equal being 100% accurate. Fluency means being able to speak with fluidity, and we'll talk about the definitions of fluency here in a minute, but this equals being able to speak with fluidity and communicate effectively. So translation creates an extra step in the brain that hinders your communication, and it focuses on accuracy. And I always say it's better to be understood than to be precise. Because what is the number one goal of most people taking a language? It's to be understood and to communicate. Translation can also cause cultural blunders. There's, for example, not in Canada, but in France, if you say je suis excité, well, you're not exactly saying the kind of excited that you want to be. It's, you know, there's a lot of different things that that can be misunderstood or misinterpreted because translation doesn't work. The other thing is that you can translate something and it has no meaning at all the way that you would say it in your native language, in the second language. And when I say that no translation, I don't mean that you can't use your native language at all. It means that we don't take a sentence or a word and change it into the native language. We use the native language a lot of times as a tool in order to explain like cultural things or explanations or use word associations. The last thing about translation is that it stays in your short-term memory. So it does not aid in putting that language into the long-term memory. When you are creating language in your brain, this is the language process in the brain. You start out, it goes from conceptualization. So I'm going through all 4 of these steps multiple times as I'm talking to you right now. It starts out with conceptualization, like, okay, I know what I'm going to talk about. This is what I kind of want to say, to actually forming the words, the articulation stage where I'm actually, you know, speaking the words and they're coming out, and then myself monitoring, saying, okay, is that exactly what I wanted to say? Do I need to follow up and explain myself? What happens with translation is these first 2 concepts, conceptualization and formulation, these first 2 steps, they take an extra long time. But when we teach through comprehensible input without translation, and I say that because there are comprehensible input methods that have translation with them. And so this is a no translation. So when we teach with comprehensible input without translation, these first 2 steps become automatic. Like we are in our native language, these are automatic. These also become automatic in your second language. So what is language with the 5 senses exactly? It's a zero translation, comprehensible input method that facilitates language acquisition the way that our brains are naturally wired to acquire language. So we start out as language babies and we build from there. And for those of you who are out there who are not language teachers, I'm going to explain to you what is comprehensible input. Comprehensible input is language that can be understood by listeners despite them not understanding all of the words and structures. So here's the deal. We don't have to understand everything to understand and communicate and be able to understand what's being communicated to us. And it uses contextual supports to help students understand. These contextual supports are what we call clues for understanding in language with the 5 senses. So what other concepts in the context of what we're looking at, reading, listening to, watching, can we use to interpret what is being communicated to us? Language with the 5 senses focuses on human connection and fluency. So it has been proven over and over again by multiple studies that translation is counterproductive to fluency. I had an argument one time with a pretty well-established language expert, and I say expert in quotes because I used to really respect this person and follow his lead, but I got into a discussion with him one day about giving a student an English translation, and he said, well, we believe it's better that they understand right away rather than focusing on the foreign language. And I said, no, I do not agree with that. It is counterproductive. Your brain, if there is a translation anywhere, whether it's in subtitle form, whether it is written down, whether it's being told to you, your brain is going to automatically ignore the foreign language and go straight to focusing on what is familiar. That's just the way your brain works. So you have to make your brain actually do the work. You have to exercise your brain, and there is nothing wrong with that. So the language center of the brain is the only part of the brain that actually closes and the language is solidified. So you remember how I said adults have to have about 1,500 hours of just listening in order to produce spontaneous language? Think about it. Babies listen for about the first 1 to 2 years of life before they produce any real spontaneous language. A child needs approximately 300 hours of just listening. This is a child before the age of 12. Needs approximately 300 hours of just listening to language in order to retain the language and actually understand and come out with expressive language spontaneously on their own. Think about when we learn a language in a setting that is not immersion. If you're looking at a regular high school classroom, it looks like this. You have 5 days a week of approximately 50 minutes to an hour per day of language. If the teacher stays in the target language that entire time for the whole school year, that's about 120 hours. That's it, 120 hours. But more often than not, you take away vacations, you take away the time of short days, you take away the fact that most teachers don't stay in the target language from start of class to end of class. So it whittles it down, and on average, students are only engaged in the target language for about 50 to 80 hours in a school year. So there's no way a student can be fluent in coming out with spontaneous language in even 4 years of language study, unless it is full immersion. Translation makes it even harder because translation doesn't, it breaks those language connections. It makes a student rely on his or her first language. But this method focuses on whole language, communication, global understanding, not accuracy. It helps the students actually think in the target language or the language that they're learning. So let's define fluency. So I define fluency, 2 different types of fluency. So fluency is the speed and fluidity at which our brains can process and produce language. So I'm speaking to you right now with fluency. Receptive fluency is how much we can understand and how quickly our brain can process receptive language or what is being said to us. Expressive fluency is how rapidly our brain can process and produce language either spontaneously or in response to receptive language. So, receptive fluency would be how much you can hear, understand, and read. Expressive fluency, those expressive competencies would be more like speaking and writing. And as I've said before, we must mimic how we learn our first language. We don't come out reading and writing first. And yet, that seems to be the standard of how most people learned language. And that's changing now. But we can't read and write first. We have to listen first. And that's how we learned our first language. Do you realize that we spend approximately 55% of our lives just listening? And we only actually hear 17 to 25% of the words being spoken, and that is in our native languages. Expressive language comes more slowly, and we will always be able to understand more than we can say expressively, even in our native language. In the language with the five senses, we follow a very specific process for learning language. So the first part is, and we follow this process for each lesson, and then we kind of mix it up a little bit depending. The first 2 years of study, we focus a lot more on those receptive competencies to build a good foundation in the brain before we move on to those receptive competencies. So the first one is I listen. Students simply listen to the language. They're not asked to produce at this point, only to listen. So we do this through short stories, bits of text. We do it through songs. We use a lot of input where the students are just listening, but they're listening to understand. And we use the next step with that in I move my body. They're listening, but now they're asked to sing the specific vocabulary words or grammar or chunks of language while putting them together with body movements and gestures and singing the words along with moving the body to help create language connections in the brain. So the listening part might be done with pictures, so they're engaging their sight senses as well. But the next part, we put that first step together with moving the body. So this does two things. When a language is put to a rhythm or music, it goes directly into the long-term memory. This is solidified when the rhythm is put to a body movement because we're using kinesthetic connections, the touch sense. And then singing with language also creates better pronunciation because we hear language differently when it is rhythmic than when we hear spoken language. So I do something called a clap snap. And this is where I put the language. I sing everything, when I'm teaching students something. So I was just working on a lesson on hand washing. And what I did was I taught, je me lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Lave les mains. Lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Lave les mains. Lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. Lave les mains. Lave les mains. Okay, so when I do that, it puts it to a rhythm, and we start out really slowly. Je me lave les mains. Je me lave les mains. And we do this with jazz chants and all sorts of things as well. But what it does is you speed it up, and it also helps the students process in their brains, process that language more quickly and then produce it more quickly. I do this with concepts where, like when I'm teaching them how to order food. Je voudrais une omelette, s'il vous plaît. Je voudrais une omelette, s'il vous plaît. Je voudrais une omelette, s'il vous plaît. So if they're in that situation in the future, they can recall it because it's right up here. The next part is I draw. So we draw pictures of the vocabulary in order to associate the words with images instead of words with words. So I draw along with the students, and I'm describing what I'm drawing while the students are drawing along with me. Sometimes I'm singing it. Sometimes I'm drawing je me lave les mains, je me lave les mains, and I'm drawing it along, loading the student with receptive language and helping to solidify the word to picture associations. And then this also creates kinesthetic connections. Next, we play. We always play a game. We use very carefully crafted language games in order to play with the language that they're using in order to really focus and use those skills. I focus on language chunks rather than just vocabulary words. So instead of saying, Se laver is the verb, and les mains, I would say, je me lave les mains. Il se lave les mains, and I give them chunks of words that we work with, and then we play with those chunks of words. And we all know that when students are having fun, they are more likely to retain information. The next step is I create. So we use thematic units. Okay, I teach always in thematic units, and students apply the language in a project-based assessment that has them apply the skills. So I never test my students, because testing causes a lot of anxiety in the language classroom, a lot, and it's not a good measure of language learning. It doesn't show me that my students can actually use the language. The last thing is I cook. We cook a lot at Bon Voyage, a lot. Even though we're an online school, like, we get up and we cook with our students, and we have them cook because we learning about food from the cultures that speak the language. I mean, that's a huge part. And it also engages those taste and smell language receptors. It's also very linguistically rich, cooking and food. Extremely, extremely linguistically rich. So that is a little more about language with the 5 senses. Thank you so much for participating today and listening. I am going to put some information at the end of this video. If you have extra questions or you'd like to get a hold of me, I am happy to help. Thank you again, and have a wonderful day.
Well, that was an awesome presentation on learning languages with the 5 senses from Elizabeth from Bon Voyage Language World, or World Language. And again, you can find all of our vendors on the website, on the schedule, and we're also going to be, of course, talking about them during the welcoming and the closing, because these are the people who donated lots of prizes for all you guys and have made the event possible.
Hi everyone, so welcome to...
There we go. So now I have here a wonderful time that I had speaking with Monica from Learning Without Borders, and here we're talking about strengths and weaknesses and which ones do you focus on when you're trying to educate your children, and how do you focus on that? How is it, helpful? So, all right, Monica is, she was on the live chat. She's just heading out now, and so if you do want to talk to her and ask her questions, you're going to need to comment on the Facebook page, and I'll tag her on it, and so she'll be able to answer your questions. Thanks so much, Monica, and here we go.
Hi everyone, so welcome to another great presentation at DCH. Here we have Monica Cochran. Thank you for joining us, Monica. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Oh, I will. Well, first off, I want to thank you for inviting me to be part of this conference. I think it's an awesome opportunity for parents and kids, and whether they're new to homeschooling or they've been doing it for a long time, to have a chance to see so many wonderful presentations and people. So thank you. So a little bit about me. I've been an educator for 40 years. I've been in alternative education for most of it. I've homeschooled 2 of my kids. I've worked with home learning families for over 20 years now, at Clonlar and then at Self-Designed Learning Foundation. A few years ago, I went into private practice. So my practice is called Learning Without Borders. So I do personalized learning. I do educational therapy. I do a type of play therapy called DIR, which is developmental individual differences and relationship based. It works really well with kids who have developmental challenges and have autism sometimes. I do parent education and coaching and transition planning. And just recently I started doing something that's not even up there, something called Safe and Sound Protocol, which helps people desensitize to some of their, sounds that they hear. So get a chance to do a lot of things. So I really appreciate this opportunity.
That's awesome. And of course, I love Learning Without Borders because of course now we're doing this online, and so there are no borders. There are no, walls. Anyone can come and see this, and it's awesome, and you're able to help, I'm sure, so many people
by being able to provide this information out there. And you have a really great presentation for us today, which has a ton of great information. I can't wait to share. So what is your presentation? I'll have you start off your presentation here for us.
Well, basically, it's about strengths or weaknesses and which ones do we focus on and why. So today I'd like to invite you to discover how to see strengths in ourselves and in others, and then explore what might be in the way, because sometimes we're not able to do that very easily. And then also I want to share a little bit about how using strengths can create a positive learning experience for learners of all ages. And the learner I'm going to talk about is one that I would call a quirky learner. She's very bright, but had some significant learning challenges that had made learning not very much fun for her for a while. So that I'm looking forward to doing that.
That's awesome. So, yeah, we have a lot of different types of learners out there, and I'm sure there are a lot of new parents schooling that aren't familiar with how they can help their kids and figure out what their learning style is. So this is going to be awesome.
Very much. So the first question I like to ask is, what is your lens? Because our lens comes from culture. It comes from our experiences. It comes from environment and circumstances, our gender, our values. These all create lenses. And once we become aware of what our lens is or our perspective on things, it can help us a lot. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that. So first thing, I want you to experience what it's like to use your strengths and not use your strength. So got a little handwriting challenge for you. And anybody can do this if you're watching our video here, or Victoria's going to do it right now. I want you to write your name 5 times with your non-dominant hand. All right. And then, so tell me a little bit, how did that feel for you?
So I hated it. It was awful. My handwriting is not the neatest. So it's like this weird amalgamation of like print and cursive. And so, but that's because I've gotten used to the hand motion. I'm just doing it. And then when I was doing with my non-dominant hand, I was like having to try with each individual letter to really try to make that letter shape so that it's at least somewhat legible. And it was just, it was just awful. I was looking at my writing. I'm like, oh my God, just holding the pencil was just so foreign. It was so difficult. I'm glad it looks like words, but.
And this is what our children experience. I mean, this is really what they were experiencing when they were first learning how to write. And when we're asking them to learn in ways that don't utilize their strengths, these are the feelings that it brings up. And we don't want them to hate learning. We want them to like learning. We want them to enjoy learning, right? So when we're asking people to learn and live in ways that they're not using their strengths, it can become very challenging. So thank you very much. I know that's a hard thing to do, so thank you.
No worries.
Okay, so strengths are talents that we're born with. Okay, they're the unique way that you have a chance to see the world, and we use them in a lot of different areas. So when we take our talent, have some time and some practice, then they become our strengths. So what we want to do is, it's important to identify those strengths because that's how we set ourselves up for success. It allows us to develop a positive self-perception. And then it also, people say, what about those weaknesses? It helps us manage our weaknesses because now we use our strengths to manage those. And then also it helps us change a little bit in our brains so we're communicating more about the positives.
Because, it can be really hard, especially kids. They get really caught up in what they did wrong.
Exactly, very much. And, unfortunately in our brain, bad experiences are like Velcro and good experiences are like Teflon. So we really have to work at that. So that brings me to my next slide. And that is why we have to focus on positives, because we have a negativity bias. It's what's kept us alive. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have it, because we do have to watch out for danger. Unfortunately, as I just mentioned, bad experiences are like Velcro and good experiences are like Teflon. So we need at least 3 positives for every negative to keep it at least enough in balance.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. Because your body's trying to keep you alive, so it wants to protect you from doing something that's going to hurt you again. And so you remember those more.
Yeah.
But that can really be detrimental to your mental health.
It can. And there's a new concept. I was introduced to the polyvagal theory a number of years ago. And Dr. Stephen Porges has been studying, this. And we have a major cranial nerve called the vagus nerve, and it goes all the way through our body. It's actually called the wandering nerve. But he coined a term that operates under our awareness called neuroception. And it's our subconscious danger detection. So it's our nervous system is always doing this. It's always evaluating the risk outside of our awareness. And I love Dr. Mona Delahook talks about it's our subconscious TSA agent. It's always trying to protect us. So it's not a bad thing. It's just that sometimes it gets a little wonky. And when that neuroception is going on, that limbic system, that red part of our brain lights up. And that's our protective. That's where our amygdala is. That's all our fight and flight and everything. And it also has that bottom red part there is what keeps us breathing and things. But unfortunately, when that happens, that means our cortex, and especially our prefrontal cortex, this part right here in the front, is offline. So if we're not able to manage these strong feelings and emotions so that we can use this, we're going to go back into fight and flight.
Yeah, and I just want to note for people here, like, don't worry, the text here is not of consequence for this. It's just the image here. And also, because I'm a massive nerd, and I was just watching Star Trek Discovery, it's like, you got to think of it like, because I know a lot of people, they think of these, like, complex medical terms like prefrontal cortex. It's kind of like your brain is rerouting power from the engines that keep you going and functioning every day to your shields to protect you from any possible attacks or things that can hurt you.
And then another one, if you can see my hand here, this is Dr. Siegel. Dan Siegel always uses his. You always can use this as your brain, because this down here is the part that keeps you alive. These are our emotions in our system here. And then this is the part right behind our forehead. And that's our thinking part. And that's the part we want to keep connected to our emotions, because when we're not, we flip our lid. And we've all done that. So that's something we don't want to have to do too often. It's definitely not our limbic system is definitely not our good plan. So when we're in that green zone, we're in what we call social engagement. We have joy. We're in the present moment. We have compassion. We're curious. We want to learn. We want to connect with people. When we start moving into fight and flight, and we do, then we move into that kind of, I call it the red zone or the pink zone. We're a little bit worried. We might be frustrated. We get irritated. And if we're not aware of it, we can get up there and we're totally dysregulated. Or we can all the way go up into depression and shame. And that just takes a lot of energy. So what Dr. Burgess talks about is we want to kind of go in and out. We kind of want to flatten that curve, just like we're flattening the curve with COVID. We want to flatten the curve here. We want to go in a little bit into fight and flight because that gives us energy and things. But we want to be able to come back into social engagement with other people, with ourselves in a calm way. So that's a really important, because this going up and down is just, it will wear you out.
I was actually just going to say that being constantly on high alert it's what's going to give that, a chronic fatigue is a lot of people have chronic fatigue and just but they have no idea why. And it's because you've been stressed out and been like anxious and worried about things all the time, and you can't calm down and come down and relax.
So this is the grown-up version of it, but I like the kid version the best. It's the same one. If anybody wants this, they just email me, and I will happy to send them these. They're great to have around. It's a good way. But we want to stay in the I can, because sometimes having that fight gives you that little bit of oomph to be able to say I can. When we get down into this other part, we get into hopelessness and I can't. That's not a good thing. So it tells us over here on the side, tell you a little bit about what's happening in your body. And we really, as we go further, you really want to notice that, especially when we're in stressful times. So how do we make this shift? Because we've got to shift from what's wrong. That's where fight and flight is. Usually we have to energize. We want to stretch to what's strong. So there's different ways of doing this. And there's lots of tools and assessments. And obviously in this short period of time, we can't really look at lots of tools and things. But values and actions is one. Core value index is another. And then the Gallup organization's been around for a really long time. And they've got a number of ones for kids. And the strength spotting is something we do. You can use any of the other ones for older kids and adults. But the strength-based parenting book is an excellent one, just to get to kind of wrap your head around it. If you're saying, well, I'm just not quite sure, that's a really good one to check out. And most of the libraries have it now too, when they open again anyway. For kids, as parents, as caregivers, for ourselves, we want to watch for the clues. Like, how do I know what my kids are strengths? Sometimes it can, sometimes our strengths can look like things that are annoying, like the chatterbox in a classroom. That's usually someone who has a strength in communicating, right? So we just have to
That
rechannel
was
it.
me.
So it's, there you go. That's right. Activities, but look what you're doing and see, you're using your strength. And, in putting this conference together and interviewing people, you're using your communication strength. So usually the activities we're drawn towards, it's things that we pick up pretty quickly. It's when we're excited to repeat an activity. It's when we lose track of time. It's like when you call it, you're in the zone, right? And then it's also, then we want to look for the patterns. Like, okay, what am I seeing with my kids? What are some of the clues that they're giving me? What are the clues about myself? When am I the happiest?
And something that parents might not think about is that it might be perhaps that their kids are, like you were saying with the chatterbox, their kids are trying to flex that muscle that maybe, particularly right now when families are at home and they're not on their daily schedule like they normally would be, they're flexing that skill that normally gets used but now isn't.
Now we do want to keep exploring it, giving our kids opportunities to do things they might not otherwise do, right? So it doesn't take us out of the parental role of offering opportunities. It's just we need to also be noticing their strengths, because usually they fit into some themes. Like there's kids that really like to achieve, right? There are other kids that are really caring. There's some kids that just love competition. They really enjoy it. Kids that have a lot of confidence, and some other kids you can just always depend on them, right? Their dependability is one of their core. Discoverer, they're always curious, wondering, what if I did this? What if I did that? And the future thinker, the organizer, the presence. Kids who have presence usually want to be the center of attention, right? Kids who are always relating, making sure kids are included. But these are for the strength spotting that I tend to do with kids under 10 and with the 10 to 14 too. But I'm looking for these kind of themes, because then we can begin to take a look at how they're learning and how we're living together in our family.
I'm sure that there are many parents right now who are like, oh yeah, that's totally my kid. That's them for sure.
That's right. The little discoverer, you can almost see them tinkering, you can almost see them inventing new little things.
It's watch the gears turn.
Yep. And then you see the one who's organized, and they just have to have everything in order. And they're the ones who follow everything with the Lego set. And the little discoverer is always, taking pieces from one Lego set to the other. So yeah, awesome things. And so then we want to put strengths in action. How do we do that? So I'm going to show you an example of a young woman who's now a young woman, but we did this when she was 12 and a half, and we did the Strength Explorer, and it takes about 15 or 20 minutes, and we did it together. If you decide to use a tool, you have to assess, can the kid do it by themselves? But when we did this, she came out as a future thinker. She loves to think and dream about the future. The person who likes to think about what's possible, not what is impossible. And she has a lot of confidence, but she takes on challenges, right? And then she had presence. She was just born to be at the front of the room, telling stories, doing all those things. So as we went through designed her learning plan, we had to really kind of take a look at her strengths. How can we incorporate those strengths into her learning plan? And if we were doing a workshop, I would have you all break into groups and we would start brainstorming that. But since we have just a little bit of time, I'll jump to the next thing. And this is my learner 3 years later, and I'll let her tell you how it worked. All right. Thanks, Tatum, for meeting with me today. I love your mind map. That's pretty cool. I wanted to have a quick chat with you a little bit about how us doing the Strength Finders Explorer, like was it now 3.5 years ago when you were 12 and a half, have been helpful for you as you become a much more confident and introspective learner. You know a lot about yourself as a learner now. And so can you tell us a little bit about how it's helped you?
So because I'm a future thinker, I can apply myself into strengths like optimism, like seeing the future, having optimism about it, and like just letting myself progress, because if I wasn't really optimistic about the future, I would never be able to like let myself progress,
I think your second one was presence. Was it presence there?
Yeah, presence. Sorry. So my presence, I will go to like my my showing my learning department of my mind map because to show like my presence, I show my drawings, to like give better understanding to people. I draw mind maps, which helps me like say what I'm thinking in my mind and like have it laid out cleanly. And then presentations. In the recent time, I've really realized that presentations is a great way to show the thing that I'm learning in the momentum. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And the last one, which is confidence, would probably be my observation to like life and art and learning, because in all those three categories you need to have confidence. You need to have confidence to life. Like I need confidence to like start working at my parents' hotel. I need confidence to like solve my problems with my friends. I need confidence to like learn that putting a piece of cake in the oven and then putting it in cold water will make the glass explode. You need confidence to learn that. Okay. Art, I need huge confidence because I just draw the most insane things, and I have to like rely a lot of confidence into it because it will like paintings are never finished, so you have to rely on a lot of confidence that you will be able to tell yourself stop. And in learning, that's where you need like the most confidence is in learning, because if you don't have confidence, if for example, if you're going to learn about, I don't know, for example, active transport, okay, you need confidence to learn that. You need to be like, okay, I'm confident that I'm going to learn this and I'm going to have a great time learning it, and you go for it. So yeah.
That's cool. Well, these are your strengths. And when you first did this, I definitely saw your presence because I saw you do that Michael Jackson routine. And you had presence in front of all those people and you enjoy it. And I saw your future thinker because you could, and the one I saw developing at that point that wasn't well developed yet was your confidence. And I think you really have worked on developing that one because these are your talents and your strengths. But if we don't use them in our lives, as you just said, if you don't use them, they can't develop. And you've done an amazing job. So it's been a pleasure to work with you. I'm looking forward to continuing work with you. And now we're ready to maybe do the next one because you're now 16 and ready to do the more adult version where you'll get a broader understanding of your strengths. So thanks a bunch, Tatum. Have a great day. I'll talk to you soon. And her understanding her strengths has just helped her through some extremely challenging times in their family. They've had death in the family. They've had all kinds of things happen. But us being able to help her, and she says reading issues and dyslexia and dyscalculia, and she still loves learning. And it's because we were able to help her learn in ways that work for her. And Tatum is probably, as she said, if it works for me, it can work for anybody. And so she's kind of my poster child for all the learning challenges she experienced. This was a major change and a turnaround for her.
Because we all know people and we look at them and we're like, I can just see them. They're going to be really good at this one day, or this is perfect for them. I have friends, it was really funny because I have friends who told me, they're like, you'd be a really good event organizer. And I'm like, yeah, but I guess so. And now what are we doing? But it's really interesting that you were able to see that. But it is very difficult for sometimes us to see it in ourselves. So it's great that she was able to go through that with you and figure that out for herself and where she needed to practice to be able to flex and grow that muscle.
Yeah, she's an amazing artist. That is her passion. And she is an amazing artist and a painter. And so we did channel a lot of energy in that direction and looked for ways that she could show what she knows in ways that work for her. So makes a big difference. Did you feel good about seeing that, Victoria? Was it an experience that you enjoyed watching the change?
Oh, absolutely. That's really, and again, like I said, because it does help you kind of think about yourself a little bit. And I was doing that while you were showing off some of the skills for the kids. And, I remember I was thinking back on my childhood and I was like, Yeah, confidence was never my thing, but I was always very organized. And, going through that list that you were showing. And, people actually, they will be able to share a little bit. If, you're watching this live on the YouTube channel, go ahead and type into your chat box. And we also have our Facebook group that, you can find the post that's going to be showing this talk from Monica. And go ahead and you can share your experiences on that post so that Monica can see and she can talk to all you guys.
I love that. And I do have some upcoming events. I'm going to be actually facilitating a workshop on strength-based resilience for 4 Saturdays. And also I'll be presenting at the Aero workshop at the Aero conference. It's going to be virtual this year, the 25th to 20th. If you're interested in alternative education, it's definitely the place to be. So check in at what we'll be doing. We'll be talking more about trauma there and how its impact on learning, my colleague and I. So I would love to see some of you again online, and hope we can connect there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Monica. And make sure to come check out her other talk that she's going to be doing on the 24th. Just go ahead and check the schedule, and we'll see you there. All right, we had an amazing day, everyone. So let's see if I can get myself back on this view for you guys. And I'm so glad that everyone really enjoyed some of these talks. It was wonderful to have these speakers. It was wonderful speaking with them, interviewing some of them, and just wonderful. Okay, I think we got me. Here we go. I'm back. Woo! Awesome. So yes, thank you, Monica. Thank you to all of our amazing speakers today. And I'm so glad so many of you were able to join us. I have no idea where my mouse is. There we go. Just put myself up in the corner here. Aw, you're so sweet, Monica. I'm watching the chat, you guys, and seeing it live. And I mean, thank you so much, but you were just stunning. And this is such important information for so many parents, and we've had a lot of great talks today, and I'm so glad that we were able to end off with Monica. And I do want to make sure that I point out a couple of things from today, because we had a lot of really cool giveaways, and I want to make sure that everyone gets a really cool chance. I know we had that Mondrian heart activity, and some of you have already started posting your adorable pictures from the Mondrian hearts that your kids made, and they're wonderful, and I would love to see more of them. Because remember, go ahead and find the stream, and also all the post. Go find the post on the digital conference for homeschoolers Facebook page. All the parks are all the posts are tagged, so you can find the ones that are associated with giveaways really easily. So go find the one for the Mondrian Heart Project and post a picture of your child's Mondrian heart, so you guys can possibly win a emoji pillow. I have my notes here. An emoji pillow, and they're big. They're like bigger than my face. So that's my alarm that says we better be ending off today soon. Not to mention, I also want to make sure to mention again, Carrier Shell Curriculum is doing a giveaway on their Instagram, and you can actually win a real carrier shell, which is super cool, you guys. If you've never seen one in person, it's amazing. And she has a picture of it on her Instagram. Aw, thank you so much, Monica. Thank you, Anush. Thank you, Jill. You guys are just so wonderful. I'm super grateful you guys got to come. We do have an amazing lineup for tomorrow. Oh, before I get to that, we are still doing the Facebook giveaway for Carrier Shell Curriculum. And all you have to do is go find the post that asks you, where would you want to go? I know we're stuck at home, but we can always dream, right? Or you can ask your kids and put their answer in. Just write in the comments where you'd like to go, and you can possibly win the Carrier Shell Curriculum's California Out of the Box book. And it's a fantastic curriculum. I've known Christine for many years, and her material is wonderful, and she's so passionate about teaching it in an interdisciplinary way. That's a tongue twister. Say that 3 times fast. And I want to say, hey, American Academy is also here. So yeah, we have some of our vendors and speakers here right now on the live stream chat. So make sure you ask questions. And if you miss it after this stream, you can always go to the Facebook page. Again, please share it because I know a lot of families are suddenly homeschooling, and these are lots of resources. So tomorrow, you guys, we have a kids workout with Glenn Higgins, who is a kids workout, kids fitness guru on YouTube. His stuff is awesome. We have a Fortnite theme, Star Wars theme, both for A New Hope and a Jedi Kids workout, which is really cool. We also have Pop Pop World free cool down dance from Family Fun Pack. It's going to be so cool. I'm like really jiving with that song. It's really fun and catchy. It may be the next Baby Shark. I'm so sorry. And we have lots of great talks. I want to point out here there's been a schedule change. The story time video, it was previously the Harry Potter activity. This is now the story time video for Why Must the Sun Go Down by Story Hive, and I'm going to be leading a discussion, and I might have lost my mind, but I think I'm going to put up my Zoom link. And maybe we can have some of you guys on the actual discussion live and stream that, and let's, fingers crossed, pray my machine doesn't die. We might be taxing it a little bit much. But after that, we've got another great story time with a shark story time from the Atlantic White Shark Conservancy. It's a great cause, a great organization. We've also got one of our guest speakers after that, Meg Grooms, doing Game School, learning more through games. It's a fantastic talk. I'm so glad to have met Meg and glad that she can participate. And then I'll be hosting another live craft. We've also got our create your own cards again. And we have The Importance of Storytelling and Growth from Sarah Farnsworth from Farns Farm. You can find them on Instagram, and she does a lot of great activities for kids. Fantastic. You should definitely check her out. I want to also point out another one of our talks that is coming up. We've got more amazing content from Right Start Math. They've been so helpful. We've got Heidi Christensen from the Genius Paradigm on how to help your kids find their own genius. Such a good talk. We've got The Confident Child from Keisha from Handiwork. We've also got how to use emotional intelligence. It is a fantastic lineup tomorrow, and we're going to be ending off with things like Building Student Agency by Jill. Jill is on the chat right now, so she'll be on tomorrow too. I don't know if she's going to be on the chat. Jill, we'd love to have you. And I do want to note that in case you missed anything, I am leaving up the replays for the DCH, both for the morning and the afternoon session. I'm going to leave those up. And then after the conference, I'll be putting up individual videos. And some of the videos that you guys saw today are actually on the presenters YouTube page. So the links for those will be in the swag bag. And if you're watching and you're not registered, go register so you can get the swag bag. It's going to be epic. We're going to have all the links, lots of extra resources that you won't be seeing live in the conference. There's going to be a few extra activities for the kids in there, and of course lots of specials and lots of information from our vendors and sponsors. And speaking of which, just to end off today, I want to say a big thank you for all of you for coming, for those of you who are watching, for the replay watchers, and of course to our vendors and sponsors for today, which was Moxie Box Art, Right On Web, Kids Gardening Center, WM Music, Homeschool Game School, Historical Conquest, Coffee with Carrie. We had a giveaway for that one. Learning Journeys. Oh, I can't talk today. I'm ready for dinner. And last but not least, Thimble Society. I love that name. So make sure you go and on the Facebook page so you can get in on all the giveaways from today, and come back tomorrow because we're going to have even more giveaways and even more awesome content. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Go have some dinner. I'll see you guys first thing in the morning with another cup of tea. Bye.